Did I do it right this time? I did it right this time. Boom shakalaka. All right, good deal. Way to go, Hermit. Let's play some video games. So I was doing some mining stuff last night, some mining missions. But that's irrelevant. I don't think I'm going to need this skill book. I pretty sure I already bought that skill. But whatever. Let's head back to our main spot here. Don't want to go to an asteroid belt. I want to go to the Boundless Creation Facility.
Warp drive active.
So what are we going to do today? Today we're going to take our Rifter out some more. We're going to try and get some stuff done. As far as shooting some stuff. We may end up being stuck gathering some more. I don't exactly know how everything is going to shake out. And the reason I don't exactly know is right now we're in a Rifter and we're kind of stuck in the Rifter. Because we need to wait for our Minmatar frigates to get all the way up. And that just takes a little bit of time. Right, we got to get all the way up to Minmatar Frigate 5 before we can actually use the wolf. So, yo, what up, lounge? Every time I see your name, lounge, it reminds me of some friends that I used to have at this place I used to work at like 15 years ago. Because they used to call Burger King the BK Lounge. And so that's always where we went whenever we were like hanging out, drinking after work. They'd be like, let's go to the BK Lounge. They were obsessed with Burger King. Don't ask me why. Whoops. Give me back my Rifter. To bring 200 million or 200 millimeter scout cannon online requires CPU units. Okay, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Was it? I was not aware of that. I actually went to, with the same friends, actually, went to a Dane Cook live show during that same time. But I did not realize that the BK Lounge was a bit from him. That's pretty funny. Brings it all together. Makes it all make sense. Wait, how does my Rifter not have any stuff on it? What happened? Do I have a fully kitted Rifter somewhere else? Whatever. Rifter fits aren't that expensive. Let's see. This is a retrofit for PvP, but we don't need the scrambler because I don't intend to scram people. So we got our webifier. Let's add a shield extender to this. Right? Good deal. Good deal. Now let's take this thing out there. And let's go ahead and, oh, this depletes in 1 minute. When is it cap stable? Okay, so it's stable as long as I'm not using the armor repairer, which is perfectly fine with me because I only need to use a repairer in PvP, and PvP engagements certainly shouldn't last longer than a minute, right? So we're good there. We'll set that up on D, right? We'll get Q, we'll get E, we'll get W. We'll maybe get our webifier on E or R. I think R on the webifier. Yeah. And let's go ahead and buy all. Actually, before I do that, let's make sure. Okay, are these are auto cannon tech 2s? We can't use auto cannon tech 2s. And these ship is fit with both armor and shield modules. Okay. I don't care about that. Kiss my butt. Turrets and launchers, auto cannons. Should I just go auto cannon 1 here? $1,200, 5K, 315. Okay, so these have a way larger damage multiplier. Let's do light scout autocannons. And now what is it saying? That I don't have the right ammo? Oh, okay, I can't use this Tech 2 ammo. So let's go ahead and change this. I want to add some more of that. Okay, well, we want to add way more than 600. Let's add a fill up here. Phased plasma. Why isn't it going to let me do that? How do I add ammo? What's up, Linja? You are currently trying to put ammo that is already in your ship. Yeah, I saw that. But I thought maybe it would help me, like, I wanted to put 640 in the fit, you know? Like, make it more. Get that score die, dude. But how do I add, like, a stack of ammo? Charges. There we go. There we go. There we go. Republic phased plasma. What kind of phased plasma we got? S. Okay, that's still just adding one. Oh, I can rewrite the... Okay. Okay. I see. Actually, let's do 3. Oh, thank goodness. That was almost the worst day of my life. I was about to lose all my chill. All the chill was gonna go out the window. Don't need to buy the Rifter. But we do need to buy everything else. Boop. Oh, it wants 9.6 million. Everything's so expensive here. Oh well. And then fit ship.
Insufficient power.
Okay, it said I was good. Now it's saying I'm not good. I don't understand. I think I probably need to, like, add the modules to it. Hang on. There's some batteries. What are you talking about? There's no free slots. What is going on? I mean, I just copied somebody else's.
There is already something in that location.
No, there freaking isn't. Oh, man. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. Can I change the name of this rifter? Actually, let's go ahead and repackage this. Oh, there we go. Strip fitting. Go back to fitting. Put these on here. Oh, I know why it's saying there's already a slot. Because there's 2 of them on here. That's what's happening. Okay. Let's get into the Reaper. And then let's go down to this stupid ass Rifter. Let's repackage it. Then let's unpackage it. Let's open the fitting window. That's what I fucking thought. Alright, the last thing I need is whatever went in this slot right here, which was this green. Which one was it? Alright, let's go look at holes and fits. This is a small ancillary armor repairer. Okay. Close that. Open that back up. Small ancillary armor repairer goes in there. Now we have a much better all-around usable fit here. Everything is as it should be. Holy crap. That was an experience, let me tell you. So speaking of experiences in this game, I almost lost this account yesterday. When I registered this account, I put in an email that doesn't exist because I forgot one of the letters in my email. Thankfully, by some miracle, there was no email that was created that was missing that letter. So I was able to create the email, but even then I couldn't get the verification, like the auto verification email to be sent to that email. So I contacted support and it only took like a half hour yesterday. The support for this game is the best I've ever interacted with. I sent a ticket in saying I couldn't access my account, and within 11 minutes I got a response. And then it never took the person more than about 10 or 15 minutes to respond to me as we were going back and forth. And I mean, it didn't even take an hour. And the person got me my account back and changed the email to my proper email and all that stuff. I was totally blown away, but I almost lost this account yesterday. All because I can't spell for shit. Okay, what are we going to do? What is this right now? Data retrieval. I think this is the... let's look in opportunities. Rewards. Sure, claim all those. We need to go to active, data retrieval. Okay, this is just an enforcer mission. Ah, and here's my epic arc. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not going back into that epic arc because I don't think I can take it still. But let's do this bad boy right here. Undock and let's go. We also need to organize. So we want all of these together because I only have 3 guns. Put that there. Put that there. Repair always goes there. Now, how do I load this with the nanites? Like a hotkey for that? Okay, well apparently Alt F1 is something inside of GeForce Now, so we definitely can't have Alt F1 being anything. Nanite repair paste. Gonna take a minute. Oh, okay, so we definitely want to have that loaded beforehand. Good deal. All of these are passive, so we got Q, W, no E, and an R. Perfect. Why is this trying to send me so far away? I think this might be... That is the Epic Arc mission. Agents and missions. What was I was doing career agents before, right? For Enforcer. Or had I completed those? We're so close to finishing this. Mining agents and salvage, and we're all done with industrialist. Get 200,000 more points. We probably ought to do this, but gross. Yeah, so let's do some of these missions here. And let's go.
Warp drive active.
I honestly should probably be bringing a salvager with me and do the salvage at the same time that I do this. Take off one of the guns and just put a salvager on, but whatever. Dead Mind Podcast. What's up, dude? I did make good use of those skill points. That's a lie. I totally botched using those skill points, but it's okay. We're well on our way to figuring out what we're doing in this game.
Warp drive active.
Good to see you again, though. How's things been going? How is the revival of your podcast and your YouTube channel going, or your Twitch channel going? Oh, me too. But that's okay.
Warp drive active.
There's always more skill points to be had, especially this early on. And it's not like all the stuff that I've gotten with my skill points isn't useful. It's just that it's not as useful right this very moment as some of the other things. It's not that I'm never going to use those skill points. It's just that I could probably use some other stuff a little more right now.
Docking request accepted.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Oh. Never mind. Situation is serious. All right. Let's talk to this person. Give me a quest. Rewards. Give me some anomalies. I am in this person's location. Oh man. Okay. Where does it say it wants me to go? Why is this person 9 jumps away? I'm so very confused by what's going on in my life right now. But we're gonna fly 9 jumps away. And we're gonna go do these missions.
Active.
Why? Because that's what the game wants. I'm in my little rifter, so I'm happy. We got some shooty guns, so I'm happy. Now we just need some guys to shoot, so I can be really happy. Just want to blow up some nerds.
Warp drive active.
Hero Yui? Hero Yui. Maybe. I don't know. So I was doing a little mining last night in Heck, and they didn't come after me, but there were a whole bunch of people that I've got colored red in my chat that were just hanging out.
Warp drive active.
Like a whole bunch. It's that hero person again. Is this person following me? Better not be following me, dude. I'll fight you. Hopefully we're still going to some Minmatar space thing. I don't want to end up somewhere else. Look at this, we got 7 more jumps to go. What is going on in my life? Why are we so far away?
Warp drive active.
The situation is serious. What's going on in the old Twitch on this game right now? See how people are doing. We got quite a bit of people on streaming right now. Good deal. Good deal.
Warp drive active.
Come warp with me. Let's warp away.
Warp drive active.
So we're gonna get a little bit of combat stuff going on today. It's a few hours before we're actually going to be accepted into the faction. But here in just a few hours, we should end up getting accepted into the faction. And then when that happens, we're going to go try and flip a site and see if maybe we end up getting in a fight with somebody. Which will probably result in our death. I mean, let's face it. I'm not exactly good at this game. But maybe, just maybe, they'll be shittier than we are. And we can kill them. And I'll be happy. We are only rocking an afterburner here. Mostly that's probably because we can't rock a micro warp drive. Because we don't have the capacitor. But that's okay, because we just got to get close enough that we can stasis webify them. Which means we got to be within 10 kilometers. Which we could totally do.
Warp drive active.
Bring me that horizon. Despite the fact there's not really a horizon in space. Which is kind of weird, right?
Warp drive active.
Playing space video games and watching space TV shows really, really makes me wish that these types of things were a reality, right? That we had gigantic space stations in other solar systems, and we had faster than light travel, and, you know, so I could just get in a spaceship and go, you know? There's probably so much cool shit out there. I don't get to see any of it. Oh, okay, I get it. These were agents of interest, not the local agents. These are the local agents down here. I don't feel like this existed before. This is Explorer. I wanted Enforcer. Yeah, I got all kinds of jacked up earlier. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just accept this mission right here. Oh, he was going to give me a Gatling gun and some rounds. What a sweetheart. Clear the clear the pirates from the asteroid belt. Okay, we can totally do that. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere now, but let's go do the thing. Let's go do the thing. Warp to the site, clear the asteroid belt.
Drive active.
And then this, we need to untrack. Okay. Everything is fine, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the one issue I think I'm probably going to have is that my tracker range isn't very far. It's not been an issue up to this point. Over here, little buddy. Oop, there you go. You're dead. Holy cow, that was quick. Flash 3. I definitely don't like only having an afterburner. I like to move faster than that. Choom. Also, considering how easy it is to kill those things, and the fact that I need to salvage some wrecks, I need to see about just taking one of these off, putting a salvager on there, and just doing the salvaging. Hopefully there's a trade market here, and I can just buy a salvager real quick. Because if that's going to be the way things are going to go, there is no point in wasting my time. Let's take these bullets out. Let's put this in my storage. And then let's see if I can salvage. Salvager Mark 1. There's one in the station. Well, not one in the station. But there are some in the station. Buy. Fantastic. Item hanger. Salvager. Bammo. Okay. So we're short a little CPU here. How do we deal with that? If I put this offline, where's something that has... Okay. So that's what we'll do, is we can put this online while we're in space, right? We can offline this and online this. So we'll just have to offline something and online the salvager at the end of the fights. Which is fine. It's not ideal, but it's at least doable. And that's all that matters. Now we go start a conversation and turn in our little jobber here. Request a new mission. Oh, they're going to give me a slasher and 250k reward? Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go murk some people. Big deal here is just getting some more skill points. So that's why I'm trying to get the salvager thing done. And then we're going to have to do 20 mining missions, which, I mean, easy enough with the retriever. So we'll do that. And let's see. Within range here. Let's go murk these fools. All right. Let's go back towards this thing. Let's put that offline. Let's put this online. Oh, nope, we can't. Oh my gosh. Gotta wait for my capacitor, apparently. Well, I've only been using one gun on these things, too. So it says I can't do this without the support of end station. I don't know if that's because my capacitor level is so low. Yes, it was. Okay. Isn't there supposed to be like a beam that comes out when this is active? Oh, that's right. You do actually have to. There you go. That's right. I remember now. No, this is fine. I love failing all my salvaging attempts. Oh my goodness, come on. You know what? I just realized there's something weird going on with my audio now too. 'Cause we're not getting any of the music. We're just getting that weird. I don't know why it took me so long to hear it, but as soon as we finish this mission, I'm gonna close the game and restart. Because this is fucking silly. I don't know what I did, but my game glitched the fudge out when I turned it on, apparently. It was not happy with me. Taco 3. That's my ticker. This is nice though, doing these enforcer missions to do these salvage missions. I mean, if I get 5 of these every time, I go in here and look at the air career program stuff. For the industrialist. And a 10, 25, 50. Okay. So it should be good. Good deal. Got that one done.
Warp drive active.
Goodness gracious. Gracious? Goodness gracious. Alright, since we're heading back, I'm going to go ahead and put y'all on the Be Back Soon screen while I go ahead and restart the game here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, do I need to restart the game? We're getting the music and the sound stopped. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We're just going to keep playing. Just gonna keep playing. You know what I don't need? I don't need this right now. And I probably don't need this. So let's go ahead and put this online. There we go. That way I don't have to be putting things on and off in the middle of the space there.
Drive active.
And I can just do all these things at the same time. Not have to worry so much. I was watching a video the other day on somebody playing as a nomad in wormhole space. And I gotta admit, I kind of liked the idea. The whole gameplay style seemed kind of interesting. How much ISK am I up to now? Not as much as I should be. Only 427. But I did spend, so I bought every alpha skill that you can buy and auto inject, which cost me about 250k or 250 mil. So not exactly the best idea. Oh, that person ran away. Okay. I have been fairly irresponsible with my ISK. But that's okay. We'll still get there pretty quick. Probably the next thing I'll do is after my week is up with my barge, I might not get the barge thing again. I might go ahead and just grab my venture and head out into low-sec to do my mining. Because I need to get better at doing that. Salvaging attempt failed. Oh, we're getting that noise again. Must be failed attempts at the salvage or something. I don't know what that noise is. Whatever it is, it's starting to piss me off. It sounds to me like the game is trying to trigger music, and it's failing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Whatever it is, it's stupid and annoying. I like that I can also salvage these drones. Pretty convenient. Am I supposed to do something with this cargo container, I wonder? Guess we'll have to go check that bad boy out. Just says dock. I don't know if that's supposed to be a part of my mission. Or did I drop something? Or let's go see what's in this cargo container. Oh, okay. It came from one of the corpses. Got it. Got it. Just some random stuff. What is this stuff for?
Active.
What are all of these things for? I assume this is some sort of crafting stuff, right?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Autocannons, field programmable. Oop. Signal processor with embedded holographic data storage used in most modern computers. The ubiquitous blah 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 is colloquially known as the aphid. This name leads, of course, to many bad puns about bugs in the system. Okay. Yeah, so it is some sort of crafting thing, I guess. Complete this mission. Request a new one. And we are cruising at 10. What's up, Nico? Hey, good job on getting your barge stuff. It's exciting that you're already almost there to where you can start running the abyssals. You gonna run the abyssals solo? Is that the plan?
Warp drive active.
Okay, cool, cool. That's good stuff. My sensors have found nothing in the area. Your agent instructed you to approach the Stargate. Be ready to retreat should you need that. Smuggler Stargate. Okay, I'm like inside of an asteroid right now. Takes you about 7 minutes to run at about 2.5 mil a run. That's not half bad. Not half bad at all. Are we about to get set upon by evil butt faces here? I think we're about to get set upon by evil butt faces. Where's my evil butt faces at? Let me shoot them. Okay. No evil butt faces.
Active.
Weird green smoke. It's apparently damaging me. That's without getting the fun drops. So that's about 10 mil an hour. It's not half bad. See, this is where
Permission requested.
I think a lot of things get mixed up, and I think why a lot of people, including myself, have such a bad view of mining, though,
Docking request
is
accepted.
low tier of the other types of income are also not necessarily that great. It's a lot more about your skills and stuff like that than it is about what you're doing, I think. Right. But that's equivalent to what I would call T0 mining, right? In a venture, I can make pretty close to, well, a little more than about half that. And that's just running out there with a venture with some pretty basic shit in high sec. So then if I go to low sec, then I start to about double what I'm trying to make. I mean, is gathering great? No, but I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people, including myself, think it is. Because, you know, we see videos of people like, how much does a venture setup cost? Less than $1 million? Maybe a little more than $1 million? In a basic venture setup. If I was trying to go out to low sec, then it would probably cost a couple million. But they're not expensive. I mean, I'm not saying the gathering isn't the worst, but I don't think that it's as bad as it's made out to be. Can I please murder this nerd? Why are you talking to me, dude? I don't care about anything you have to say. Can I please murder this person? I mean, a lot of people say it's passive, and in high sec, absolutely, it's fairly passive. It's definitely not passive in low sec, though. Because, I mean, whether you're doing anything or not, doesn't really matter. You're having to pay attention. If you have to pay attention, you're not playing passively. Because you will get murdered.
Warp drive active.
Can't wait to use some cruise missiles. Hey, there you go. Long range murking. Cruise missiles are super long range, right? How do you do a theory crafting fit setup like I see you doing sometimes? I don't know how to modify a fit. Yeah, so if you go to your ships, your ship tree here, then you can pick any ship out of the ship tree. And when you double click it and open up your info screen here, you'll have this little button here that says fitting. This fitting button shows you what's available on it. And then if you hit this simulate, then it'll take you to the simulated ship. And you can go ahead and change the fitting here, put modules on it, do whatever. And then when you save it, it'll just be saved for you to come back to later. Or you can just right click it and simulate.
Warp drive active.
No problemo. You can also simulate your current ship's fitting. So if you go to your fitting here and you see this is your regular ship, normally up in the top left, oh, here it is, this simulate button. You can click this, and then instead of changing your ship's fit that you're currently in, you can go to simulate the type of ship that you're using. So you don't end up changing the fit of your existing version. Acceleration gate. Oh shit. Let's warp. It's time to get cray cray.
Warp drive active.
Cruise missiles take so much power. I mean, if they're good, they should take power. Can't just be letting people put super crazy shit on their vehicles. Oh, so many hijackers. Hold up. Shoot the gun. Whoops. Fuck that up. Okay. Good deal. Hey, what's up, Twist? How are you today? Out here killing and salvaging. Because, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, let's see if that one actually counted. So I didn't get anything from that, but I do want to see. Yeah, it did count as a salvage. So that's all that I really care about. Played too long last night, sleepyhead. Yeah. Yeah, I had that problem yesterday. I was feeling a little tired, actually, because I had stayed up too late the night before and woken up too early. Feeling much refreshed today, though. Got plenty of sleep. Guess I need to stay buying skill injectors. Is it going to take you a long time? I mean, don't buy skill injectors. Just do the air program. Unless you've already completed the entire air program. Every time you beat one of the sections, if you're Omega, you get 200,000 skill points. Oh, you're past alpha cap. Okay. Then it's time for that Omega. The game is addicting, Twist. You are not wrong. Get you back into your Triglavian destroyers. Nice. I dig it. I dig it. Can we please shoot the little salvage beam at this thing? Thank you. Gotta salvage 50 freaking ships. You just said a whole lot of words that I don't understand, Nico. I don't know what Rezo is, and I assume Brutix is a ship, but is Rezo resources? Okay. Cool, cool. So I come from playing games like, well, I don't come from playing games like this, but the time that I learned an abbreviation for resources was playing um, Rise of Kingdoms. And so whenever I try to abbreviate resources, I always just abbreviate it RSS. But nobody in the MMO space uses that same abbreviation. They're always like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, so Mats is normally Wavy Gravy's, what I hear in MMOs. Brutix is a Blaster Galente. Nice. Battle Cruiser. Dude, I want to ride a battle cruiser or a battleship so bad. Gosh, I want a big ship. Frigates are cool. Gosh, I want a big ship. Oh, gravy, flying a Titan would be so much fun. I'm going to get me a Titan solo. It's going to happen. It's gonna freaking happen. Questing last night, got 3 ships free. The Slasher, a mining ship, and another one. I think it's a hauler. Yeah, probably Wreath, Slasher, and Venture. If you were doing the career quests. Just go through the rock. It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get to our Titans, Nico. It's gonna happen. I believe.
Warp drive active.
How far along are we in this thing? Almost halfway. All right. Oh, it's just a dreadnought? Okay. Well, shit. You'll get there. No problem. Not even a Titan? You're fine. Do you fly a Titan, Dark? See, I think... Oh, I'm supposed to blow this up, I think. I think the reason you don't fly a Titan, Dark, is a lack of dedication. I blew up your base. You suck. Most of the reason for me to probably skill inject into a Titan within a month or two, but it's not worth it. How is it not worth? I mean, even if it gets blown up on the first day, like I just want to fly that motherfucker around. Just to say I got it.
A module has run out of charges.
No, I'm out of bullets. Please reload the bullets. What is going on? That dude was sitting on top of like a nuclear reactor. Then I lurked and helped chat because we're lots of the same questions I had. Till it gets a bit too toxic for my... Yeah, I don't even have chat up, ever. It only takes a handful of people to make a chat toxic, Twist. So I just don't even... Even if 95% of the community was awesome, chat would still be a cesspool. They just dropped the price, Nico, permanently of um multi-character trainings by somewhere between 35 and 50%, depending on how many of them you buy at a time. So if you wait a few days, this was yesterday or the day before. So if you wait just a little while, I imagine. Oh, you can salvage this. Nice. I imagine that the prices are going to go down pretty significantly in the next week to a month. So,
Warp drive active.
already down 15 million. There you go. Claim that. Claim all of those. Let's go check the opportunities. What else do I need to do? Destroy 25, mine 200 or 2000. Faction warfare, scan 5 signatures. Okay. We'll get our 10K today. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
A little annoying since I recently bought 12. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. Did I get a new ship? Did they give me a slasher? Is that... Now I have all these ships here that I'm never going to bring back to my base with me. Not that I need these ships in particular. I don't even like most of those ships, but... Some bullets, some guns. I don't know why I have Scordite here. Limited ocular filter. +1 bonus to perception. Okay. Don't even care about that. Request a new mission. All right. I got to admit, I'm having quite a bit of fun flying this thing around and shooting stuff. It's making me pretty happy. I have a habit of leaving random stuff all across the universe. It's kind of funny since sometimes I'll dock up somewhere, just randomly find a ship or two. Yeah, I imagine that's what's going to end up happening to me too, Gravy. I imagine that's what's going to end up happening to me too, because I'm not bringing that stuff back. It's not happening. Oh, look at all these nerds. Where are all you nerds at? Can you please shoot your gun at the dude? Thank you. Kill the rat, kill the rat, kill the rat, kill the rat. Look at all these bullets flying around. How do you guys expect to beat me? I see you all studied the abridged book of ninja fighting. Please start shooting your gun. Why are we not shooting our gun? Okay, this person could take their last couple of hit points anytime now. That'd be great. I think you need to up my track speed. Hmm. I think that's probably a pretty common thing, is just to have stuff all over the place. Because a lot of these quests give you things, but so many ships just don't have the capacity to carry anything. You know, like I'm out here doing combat missions right now. So if I want to keep any of the stuff that these combat missions drop me, I have to like bring a hauler over here. And A, I don't have a hauler. And B, why would I want to do that? Bring a minimum 1.4 million ISK ship for, 20 or 30K? No, thank you. About to do some pirate hunting? Yeah. Mining is great, Lounge. I thoroughly enjoy it. So I use a program, um, that's called See-Through Windows. And what it does is it allows me to set windows to the foreground and then make them transparent and make it so that I can click through them. And it's primarily how I make sure that I keep my mute macro visible to me so that I can turn off my microphone just with one of my thumb mouse buttons. And so while I'm streaming, I can keep track of whether or not I'm muted or not by looking at that macro. But something I discovered last night is if I turn on a TV show, like on my web browser, and then I full screen it, and then I hit the hotkey to make it translucent and stay on top, then I can actually watch the TV show and play the game through the TV show. So it's a little janky and it's a little hard to see. But then instead of like trying to alt tab out to watch some of the action, you can kind of see the TV show through, and you can set your own transparency. So you can, either see more or less of the show. But it's kind of like watching a TV show in the background of the universe. But it was kind of cool. It worked pretty well. I mean, there's just nothing. I'll get bored if I'm gathering, and so I need to find a way um, to have something to focus on, or I'm gonna alt tab out, and I'm gonna like go try and find a YouTube video to watch or something like that, and that's gonna get me killed. It in fact already has gotten me killed. So I mean, if you don't have two screens, right? If you can't just put the TV show on the other screen, then that's a pretty good solution. If you have two screens, obviously not a useful solution at all. But I broke one of my monitors in my recent move. So when we got to the new house, I plugged it in and it started smoking. I was like, I don't know what to do.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. Talk to this nerd. Delete that thing. Get a new one. Look at that. 426 or 465,000 ISK. We're killing a bunch of nerds. Let's go check on. I want to know how close I am. Just 12 more. We're done there. Nice. I can't figure out how to shuttle all these free ships back to my home base. Use a Corvette. Lone Twist. You can get free Corvettes just by saying enter Corvette. And then you can fly a Corvette out to where you got the ship, and then get in the ship and fly it back, and then fly a Corvette out to where you got the ship, and then enter the ship and fly it back. Or use a Wreath. The Wreath is the hauler that you probably got. So you could open up the Wreath and put all the other ships in it maybe, and then use the Wreath to haul them all back. Or sell them and buy them back in your home system for a bit of a loss, or that. They're all probably cheap enough that it's not really worth the extra effort to go get them. Except for the Wreath, which is worth quite a bit, but if you don't plan on hauling, then just getting rid of the Wreath is kind of worth it. Nope. Nope, nope. There's people to kill here. Go get her, Ray. Ooh. Fireworks. Why did you blow up the resort? Why are you an asshole? The tutorials are very generous. Yeah, you know, it feels that way when you're in it. But then you get out and you realize that all of that quote-unquote generosity was only worth about 2 or 3 million ISK. And, you didn't really actually gain all that much. Check this out. I'm gonna fight this guy while I salvage this guy. You see that, dude? I'm salvaging your buddy right now while I'm beating your ass. How does that make you feel?
A module has run out of charges.
Gosh, dang it. You made me run out of bullets, dude. Not happy about that. Oh, whoops. I started shooting at the hotel wreck. I may have made a miscalculation. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to salvage the hotel wreck, so I'm just going to salvage this ship and call it. Oh, I did salvage the hotel wreck. Nice. That was extremely convenient.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. What mission was that? Mission number 8, Bammo. Time for mission number 9. Oh, you're gonna give me a stasis web of fire. Thanks, dude. I already have one of those.
Warp drive active.
Just 8 more salvages. 2 more missions. Career points in ISK. And we'll get our 3-day Enforcer Expert system, which will be dope. A rookie. Afterburner time. Oh, does it just want me to go to the acceleration gate? Probably can't use the acceleration gate until I kill these, yeah? I think I'm getting much, much better at controlling all this stuff. There's a lot of buttons to be pressing. Oops. I need to start learning to leave a couple more of these open. Been getting into a bad habit of trying to do all of the salvaging, and there's plenty of time when salvaging. I only need, maybe 2 of these locked on at a time. That'll leave me 2 open. I'm really excited to get a couple of characters up and omega'd so that I can start trying to learn to do this multiple characters at a time. Because that's going to be insanely cool. Hey, thanks, Twist. Yeah, don't forget to, like, follow, subscribe, all those good things. Really helps me grow the channel and grow the community so we can keep playing lots and lots of Eve. Speaking of playing lots and lots of Eve, they are coming out with a new Eve style game, Eve Frontiers. I don't know a ton about it except that I'm pretty sure it's some sort of Web3 fucking crypto token game. Which, if that's the case, then I'm not really interested. But if that's not the case, then I might be. So if anybody knows any information about Eve Frontiers, or where I might go to find some good information, if there's somebody who's been playing, I think there's a beta going on right now, might be interesting to watch or something like that, let me know. Because it would be cool to maybe get in more on the ground floor of an Eve game. I don't know when it's coming out or anything like that, but bop, bop. Oh. Yeah. Eve Frontiers. Based off of extremely, extremely preliminary looks, it looked like it might be some sort of a Web3 crypto game. And like I said, I'm really not interested in stuff like that. I think that something like that could maybe be done well, but so far, they've always just been cash grabs and garbage. So I've kind of given up on the potential of item tokenization in games. The only place I think it probably would have any sort of value is in like the trading card game space, but even then, probably not. I don't think I need to get all that many more, only like 3 or 4 more of these. Oop, just 2 more. All right. Is it on Steam? I thought Steam didn't allow Web3 games. So I only need to do 15 more mining agent missions and we'll be all done with industrialists now,
Warp drive active.
which is awesome. That's another 200k hip or 200k skill points. We're well on our way to our third batch of points here. Which will be another 200k.
Docking permission requested. Docking
Yeah, we're
request
doing good.
accepted.
So we finished the salvage, so we don't need to do the salvaging anymore. So we can go ahead and take this thing off. Put another gun on there. Put in some more bullets. Let's look at all this. What do we got here? Okay. None of this is really worth very much. Or even really worth anything. The other thing is actually, let's go back to the fit. And let's go ahead and turn everything on. If I need to use it, I can. Well, it may just be more of the same. Oh, this one's finally taking me outside of the system. We're gonna do a jump here. Would you look at that?
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Gaining. Right, this one's going to do tier 0 abyssal dead space. This one wants me to destroy a shitload of stuff. Guess I better go Fight these dudes. Web of fire. Nope, dude's already dead. Dude's already dead.
Warp drive active.
Acceleration. Get over here. Something else I probably need to start practicing is closing in on people in a zigzag. Instead of just flying right at them with my orbit on. Gotta work on those angular velocities, although that really is mostly for fighting slower ships, I think. Like big, slow ships with no track speed that are just trying to burst you. It'd be pretty hard to do against a frigate, I think.
Warp drive active.
We cruising though. Goodness. These nerds were stealing ships. What is this? What is this? Ethereal ink. Man, there's a whole lot of white flashy explosions in here.
Warp drive
All
active.
right, back we go. I think that's the end of that. Overall, pretty light work. I like this ship. It does good damage. This fit is pretty nice. It's not really designed for PvE. The PvE in this game tends to be fairly easy if you're fighting at or below your own tier. Especially out here in sort of the open world, fighting the rats. You know, the abyssals and stuff like that are a little bit more difficult, but... Warping Wombat. Whoa. Holy crap with the 51-person raid. Generic Kid 1, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. The Welsh Delboy, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow. Thank you so much for the raid, Warping Wombat. I appreciate that.
Warp drive active.
Stoffel the Honey Badger. Staviek. Thanks for the follow. How is everybody today? How was the stream? Old Time Gamer, Warping Wombat, thanks for the follows. Booga, thanks for the follow. What'd you get yourself up to today, Wombat?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
That's gonna be going on for a minute. Holy crap. Stream was fire, yeah? What happened? Stream was good. I'm playing the game in Iron Man style, if you know what that is. Oh yeah, doing everything for yourself. Crafting all your own gear and all that shit. That sounds pretty rough in this game. Not using the player market and only producing stuff for myself. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds real difficult in this game. No player market. Are you allowing yourself to use the Plex market so that you can Omega the accounts? Or... Because honestly, I mean, I guess I don't even really know how you would earn enough ISK. I guess ratting and stuff. You could earn some ISK to try and flex your account to Omega. Or are you just going to stay alpha while you do it? Okay, we're all done with that. Um, spend loyalty points. Do I have 300 loyalty points anywhere that I could just go spend real quick to try and finish that? I do. Is that here? I think it is. I've been playing as had to get a lot of blueprints today because I was invited to do PvP with others, so I have to get some fittings ready. No, I haven't been playing as Alpha. Just recently got gifted Omega by Leo. Okay, nice. So currently in my 30 days of Omega. Nice, nice. Who's gonna need more time, Wump or Sky? That's really cool though. Filter by price, minimum, maximum, 300. Oh, so there's nothing for just 300, huh? That's real cute, game. Can I purchase this? Do I have enough? Yeah, I do. Oh yeah. Dunzo. Look at that mission. Project Endurance will not be finished in 30 days. Currently trying to build a T2 expedition frigate. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about the implications of Iron Man until you mentioned that you were trying to get some fittings together. But that means getting blueprints for your afterburner, your webifier, your all your weapons, anything that you want for any of the bolt-on stuff. I mean, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, no thank you. That sounds I can I can barely figure out what I'm doing if I go buy stuff, much less trying to figure out all that extra. Wow, that sounds crazy. You are a stronger person than I am. And he has to do the materials, PI research, etc. Yeah, I mean, I intend to do, a lot of gathering and a lot of PI and stuff like that as is, but doing all of that stuff with no access to the market, um, if I want a blueprint, I just go buy the blueprint. Luckily, I have already got the blueprint for the cruiser, but since I'm not using the market, that was 80 million ISK grind. Belts and killing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't even know how to get blueprints if you don't go through the market. Like, I know some missions and stuff give you some sometimes, and I assume they drop somewhere. But, like, how do you even do that? What does that even look like? Hold up. Where is this thing taking me? I don't think I want to go wherever it's taking me. I want to go to heck. Thank you. You do get them from the market. Every order with an expiration time over 90 days is seeded from NPCs. Okay. Got it, got it. So I assume the NPC ones are the most expensive then, though. That sounds super awful. Because obviously none of the players are going to sell for higher than the NPC. Unless they're selling ones that were already researched. So even if he gets a loot off a kill, he can't just go and sell it unless an NPC buys it. Yeah, that's painful. That's really, really painful. I think no thank you. I'm going to be a wuss and use the market. Wow. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I guess that's a big part of it too, is not being able to just use Jita as a hub and being required to go to the places where the things are at. Really, really changes the layout of the game. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it means that you don't have to rely on Jita as a hub, though. Because all of your stuff is going to be in all these disparate, different places anyway. And so all you really need is a place where you can do, any of your industry and stuff like that. So honestly, getting away from Jita is probably better for you than anything. So that you can have some free open space where you can get out there and get some rocks without too much competition and stuff like that. I mean, the further you get from Jita, obviously, the fewer PvPers and PKers and stuff like that you're going to run into when you're trying to do like gathering and stuff. So I guess at least that's one kind of beneficial. Why does it keep changing my freaking destination? Are you kidding me right now? Zamanal Pinicoladas? I don't know if I said that right, but thanks for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that is a crazy undertaking. I wish you much success with that. I will never do it. Okay. So help me God, if you change my destination again, I am gonna flippin' lose it.
Warp drive active.
My game has been acting so weird today. My fit went invisible earlier, so I couldn't change anything on it. And I've been having weird audio glitches, and now it's changing my route every time I jump. So confused. Let's get some sleep now, so I wish you good night and have fun. Yeah, good night, Wombat. And thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. It's always super cool to get to talk to some new peeps.
Warp drive active.
I regret to inform those of you who came from Wombat stream that I'm probably not as interesting. I just started playing Eve and my account is only 7 days old. So we're just trying to get through some career stuff right now. Trying to get an idea of what we want. What the fudge knockers? trying to get an idea of what we want as far as, you know, our skill points and all that stuff. We're working towards Minmatar Frigate 5 so we can move into a wolf. I definitely want to get a wolf going on. But right now we're just running around in our little rifter here, shooting some dudes with some guns. That's what it's all about. Hopefully in a couple of hours, maybe in about 1 hour. Yeah, it should be about an hour from now. We're going to get into the faction because we joined the faction yesterday. Just enjoying some chill content. I try to be as chill as possible, Leo. I'm a little too old for the not being chillness. If I had streamed when I was in my late teens, early 20s, though, boy howdy would it have been a different vibe. I was a little unhinged back then. But yeah, so hopefully we'll get to do some faction warfare today. Maybe run out there with our little rifter. Maybe bump into a person or two.
Warp drive active.
You know, you're right. I don't. But I mean, really, if you think about it, I'm only about halfway to my life expectancy, which blows me away. Like, I'm 38. I feel like I've been alive forever. But, I mean, the average life expectancy for men in the US is what, like 72? So I'm only halfway there, a little over halfway there. Which means I gotta do this for a whole nother amount of time. Feels like 2 eternities.
Warp drive active.
It's just craziness. Just freaking craziness. Hopefully that's enough time for them to figure out how to upload my brain into a computer.
Docking permission requested.
So instead of playing video games, I could live in a video game. That's all I'm saying. Upload my ass. Alright, let's drop all this random shit off. Yeah, generic kid, have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Like, for real Tron, though. Well, not so much Tron. More anime, more Sword Art Online, except without the permanent death. Okay, let's check on the faction warfare thing here, and let's pick up all these. What did we get? Mining laser upgrade. There's our Enforcer Expert pack. Oh, you know what else I can do? I learned this yesterday. You can do industry for everywhere in the system from anywhere. So instead of staying in this station, I can go to this one where I have a blueprint. and I can click on that. And I did another research yesterday, so I can deliver that. And then I can go ahead and do more research. And I don't actually have to go to this station. I just have to be in the same system. And there's a skill, which I'm not going to put on this character. I'll make an industry character. But supply chain management. So proficiency at starting manufacturing jobs remotely. Without this skill, one can only start jobs within the solar system where one is located. Each level increases the distance at which manufacturing jobs can be started. Level 1 allows for jobs at a range within 5 jumps, and each subsequent level adds 5 more jumps to the range with a maximum of 25 jumps. Now, this is crazy because this means, and probably because of the supply chain management system, around Jita, there's probably lots of stations that give you the ability to do lots of different things. But every single station has its own limit to how many projects you can have running at a time. And so this is how you end up making tons and tons of money off of your industry, is being able to just log on to your industry character and then um, go through and just click tons and tons of stuff, right? I mean, this is potentially 75 stations worth of stuff going on. So that's just crazy to me. That's going to be awesome for my industry character. I'm really excited to be able to get that. Hey, what's up, Wyatt? Yeah, we just got a raid from one of the other Eve streamers here. Warping Wombat brought in 51 people, so super cool. The Eve community, especially the Eve streamer community specifically, has been really, really nice and really, really inclusive and welcoming. So that's been really exciting. It is not what I expected from a game. Yeah, the other day Oakham did. They sure did. Them, and it was actually on my 1 year anniversary. It was Oakham and Gravy and Guardian. So we get all of our career program stuff here. We've done our 300 points here. We need to do the bounties we'll get just sort of naturally. Combat sites. Let's open up and let's see. Let's go to the agency. Let's go to encounters. Let's go to faction warfare. Open the faction warfare window. Already in process of joining. So this should happen in the next hour or so. In the meantime, let's look for something else in the encounters. I don't think I want to do the abyssals. Pirate insurgencies are also part of this faction thing, aren't they? So that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe it's an exploration thing. Combat anomaly. Yeah, let's go do some combat anomalies. Let's go do this one. Because I don't really know what I'm doing here.
Warp drive active.
Went to the wrong spot. Somebody over here killed a bunch of nerds. I haven't really done any of these combat encounters. I don't really know, you know, do they have any value? Are they going to make me any ISK? Is there any reason really in doing them? So we're going to have a little fun.
Warp drive active.
Nope. Wrong button. I'm having a really hard time hitting the right buttons all of a sudden. This is going very poorly. Or did I hit the right button? I think I did hit the right button. Okay, we're good. Oh. Somebody shoots to me with missiles.
A module has run out of charges.
Oh, that sucks. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat this. And by I don't think I'm going to be able to beat this, I mean I'm definitely not going to be able to beat this. Please start boosting. Okay, bye.
Warp drive active.
The target is a stationary target right now. It's this missile launcher site thing. I don't think it's even moving. Well, that was exciting. That was really exciting. I think maybe going into 0.5 space in my 7-day-old account and trying to do combat anomalies is probably a bad idea.
Warp drive active.
Let's go do one in an easier region, just so we can get an idea of what to expect without getting the crap beat out of us while we do it. The significance of skill points cannot be overstated.
Warp drive.
The incoming information on your scanner suggests this is nothing more than a poorly hidden trading hub for Angel Cartel pirates. What sort of items are being exchanged is anyone's guess, and by the looks of the security in the place, the cartel wants to keep the people in the dark. Okay. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, I think my target selection probably pretty poor.
Warp drive active.
Or maybe these are supposed to be team content and not supposed to be things that you're doing on your own.
The capacitor is empty.
Hmm. I don't know if those are going to be in the cards for us right now. Those things just freaking hurt. You have some troubles. Would you like to figure stuff out on your own? I'm always happy for advice, absolutely. Here's what I'm thinking the problem is this is level 4 difficulty. Let's go do a level 1 difficulty and see what the difference is there.
Warp drive active.
I have a feeling that's the problem. Yeah, the site level will determine what ship, i.e. tank and DPS, you need to bring. No, I have not done all of the career program missions yet. I did do... I've got most of the Enforcer and almost all of the Industrialist done. But I don't have the Explorer or the Soldier of Fortune done.
Warp drive active.
Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with how the air career system and stuff works. Not only does it give you a really good leg up on ships and stuff, but it gives you access to some expert systems that are really, really useful for being able to be a little more powerful in the early days of your account as you're trying to, move into just some higher tier stuff. Oh yeah, this is where it's at. I don't even necessarily want to fight something this easy. So we probably need to try and find something that's a level 2 or something like that. I think those level 4s were just way too hard. I mean, like I said, my account is only 7 days old. And so there's only so much that I can do because I just don't have the skill points. I don't have the extra armor, I don't have the extra shields, I don't have the extra damage. Um, we're just limited by. I mean, I'm only in like level 1 on the mastery on this frigate, so I have looked at the Eve University page a little bit. I haven't done a ton of research there. I'm not. If I'm going to learn stuff about a game, I usually don't want to stop playing the game to learn, so I usually like listen to YouTube videos and stuff. Um, Instead of like stopping to read for a really long time. But yeah, I have used their site for some information. Come on now. Boop. Yeah, this is more my speed. I assume that things like the highways and refuges are probably um, fairly contested, though, yeah? You can also scan down those same DED sites if you mount a scan probe launcher. You can scan down the sites that I could just see. Oh, there's a highway. Dead dude. Shoot that dude. Oh, that says hideaway, not highway. Whoops. Oh, hideaway is the one you said. Okay. So we'll go to that one next. So is the loot, or is the goal to pick up the loot from like inside the wrecks when I kill them? Is that kind of how I make money from these? Definitely not. Okay. I mean, I don't have a probe. I don't have a probe launcher on me. It doesn't seem like these things actually have loot in them. Undock this. Hmm. Hell no, that's where my freaking... How many goddamn windows in this fucking game? That's where my probes normally, or my drones normally go. It's gonna have to move. It's not gonna be able to stay there, but... It can be there for now. There's a person in an ibis. What's an ibis? Okay, there's some copper. That was worth. I don't know which of these I've already checked either. Hmm. In the overview window, you can see what has loot with the solid box. When you open one, it goes dark gray instead of light gray. Contains loot items. Contains loot items. Nice. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed to know. Thank you. That'll make that whole process better. All right. 6.4 mil. Hey, that's actually pretty good. That's 5 mil right there. Okay. So nice 5 mil from one little site. That's a good time right there. Heck yeah.
Warp drive active.
Now let's go over here and do this one. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Hell yeah. What do you got, hijacker? What do you think you're going to do? You're going to get shot in your face. That's what you're going to do. Since you're in Angel Space, you're looking for the boss spawn called Domination. Okay. You get the boss spawn, make sure to loot them. Can be very profitable. Awesome. I like loot. I like profit. It's funny because I actually want to join the Angels at some point, but they're the ones that exist in Minmatar space, so I'm going to end up tanking my standing with them. I'm going to have to do something to fix it at some point. It's a ways down the road that I want to join them, but I want to use the Angel ships and I want to join them in the insurgency because I think that'll be fun. Loot all that. Loot that. No more loots. What's this thing? Do I need to do something to this, or can I do something to this? Can I shoot it? Well, I can't shoot it. Don't need to join them to fly their ships. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But if you do still want to join them, you can now move to another space to live and shoot a different... Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to hang out in my Minmatar space. I like Minmatar. I like their area. It's where all my stuff is, and I don't want to have to, like, get a hauler and move a bunch of shit. And I'll figure out a way to fix my faction standing with them at some point. It's going to be months. I'm joining the Minmatar faction right now, and I'm going to play, you know, as Minmatar in the faction warfare and the insurgency for a while. So, I mean, it'll be 6 months before I decide to go ahead and join the Angels. Probably. What is this used for? Get Isogen and Noxium. There's a rank insignia equivalent to a private within the Angel Cartel. Private organization. It may prove valuable if turned in at proper authorities. Hmm. I think this person's following me around. Oh no, it's just not. Never mind. I'm just a dumb fuck. It just doesn't update. Is there value in blowing this thing up? Does anybody know? Or am I just wasting bullets here?
Our module has run out of charges.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
Warp drive active. Is there nothing in between level 1 and level 4? Weird. These ones are quite a bit stronger than the last couple have been. Actually kind of getting to use my webifier here. None of these seem to be dropping anything, though. Not a single one of them. That's unfortunate. Bummer. All right, let's see what's available now. Level 4 we definitely can't take. We got a burrow and a collection. All right. Let's go this way.
Warp drive active.
Let's go blow up some more duders. I do like blowing up duders. All right, let's go to the burrow first.
Warp drive active.
I do wish that they told you what level they were in this little window right here. Wonder if I can stretch it out. Nope. Wow, they survived with like one hit point. Couldn't just give it to me, game. Had to let that fool get away with just a hit point. Turn around. Come on now. While we're waiting for this ambusher, let's just go get this. So we don't have to fly all the way back here. And then we'll go get the ambusher. Totally worth it. Yeah, I have watched The Expanse. That is a great series. My goodness. Just saw 8-day-old Toon running abyssals. I don't like watching train wrecks. That's funny. That's funny. Is that double wide? Is that who's doing that? I'm actually pretty sad, BS Lounge, that The Expanse didn't have some more seasons. Um, we didn't really get to explore in The Expanse what was beyond those gates. And I felt like we only really got the prologue to the whole series, and then it just kind of died on us. I mean, there was literally just like an infinite amount of stuff that could be out there. I've never watched Altered Carbon. Um, but another thing that I feel that way about is the new Lost in Space that only had 3 seasons. It was really good. And I didn't even really know about it until it had already run its 3 season course. And then I binged it all, and I was like, wow, I really need some more of this.
Warp drive active.
I always feel that way, though. I always want more of a story. Please, can I target these? That'd be great, thanks.
Our module has run out of charges.
No bullets. I tend to be into what I'm into. And I don't normally, if I'm enjoying a TV series, then I'm almost never going to get tired of the story. So I like to, or would prefer for them to be lasting as long as possible. And they just never seem to quite last long enough for me. Although I guess I liked Supernatural, and I've only seen like the first 6 seasons of that. So maybe I don't think I want to watch the same stuff over and over as much as I think I do. Honestly, I need to finish up Supernatural. I don't think these drones drop stuff. I think I'm supposed to kill... Nope, there's nothing else to kill here. There's not a single one of these drones at any of these drone collections has dropped anything. So I don't know if they're supposed to be salvaged and that's how you gain value out of them or what. Or am I supposed to salvage this debris? Or should I shoot the debris? Oh, it don't take no damage. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what to do with these ones. I think it's different than what I'm supposed to do with the other ones, though. One jump away drone cluster. Hmm. Okay, let's get back to heck. And let's go ahead and finish up some mining missions. Since we've kind of beaten all these tier 1 combat anomalies. And I need to, well, I want to. I guess I don't need to. But I want. Cleared 5 combat sites. That's nice. I want to go ahead and finish up Industrialist. The last thing I have to do is these mining missions for Industrialist. Get a bunch of skins and stuff. That'll be cool. Just got to do 15 more of these mining missions. I've got a venture set up at the place where the mining missions are. So it should be pretty easy. Although, actually, we're going to go get our retriever. So far, the mining missions haven't required defending myself, and my retriever's got drones anyway. So we'll just do it that way.
Warp drive active.
The only drone that drops good is this sentient boss? Okay. So you can just be there killing drones and get nothing. That's awesome. Does the boss drop something pretty good or
Warp drive active.
Probably skip the drone ones then. Fuck all that. Not trying to work real hard for nothing.
permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Docking permission requested. They used to drop drone goo, but they don't anymore. Well, what the hell? Place the goo with something else. Don't just leave me hanging. All right. Get into our retriever here. And check our agents. Oh, let's get all our rewards too. What do we get from that stuff? Agency hard shell, TBS dose 2. Nice. Some more mining lasers. Small salvage tackle. Show me what this is. This ship modification is designed to increase the ship's chance of salvage retrieval at the expense of max velocity. The drawbacks of fitting this rig may be reduced by training the armor rigging skill. Cool. Okay. And then we want to find agents and missions, mission agents, mining agents, in system, set destination, undock.
Warp drive active.
Should be able to make real quick work of these missions with my retriever. No problem at all. Once I get my extra 200k there for my skills, we'll put them into this so I can get my Minmatar frigate up. That'll get me pretty close to finishing these. Not quite, though.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I'm really excited to get the ability to run that wolf.
Warp drive
The
active.
wolf is just going to be so much stronger than the rifter that I'm using right now. I think I'll be able to get those level 4 missions with the wolf, because it has 24,000 EHP instead of fucking 6. Granted, I have to have a module active that drains my capacitor, but still. Kick it on at the beginning, get a couple of quick kills, then hopefully be able to make it through the rest with just my armor repairer. I think I have everything I need for the fit other than the Minmatar frigate stuff. They are coming. I did like 5 of these yesterday. Didn't run into a single enemy. First one today. Bammo, there they are. Where's my... Go laser beam. Go laser beam. Get dookied on. Don't mess with my Warrior 2 drones. Get all kinds of dookied on. Yeah, I was the one talking about E-Frontier. Still haven't really looked into it myself, but I'll probably look into it a little bit in the next few days just to see what it's supposed to be about. Check on whether or not it's just a big old Web3 crypto scam. Did you find something out?
The asteroid is depleted.
Mentioned before that you played Albion. Care to share likes as dislikes of that MMO? So my problem with Albion is pretty similar to my problem with pretty much any risk versus reward PvP MMO, which is also going to ultimately end up being my problem with this game. And that is that risk versus reward systems have a disproportionate impact on more casual and less skilled players. And so your more casual and less skilled players end up absorbing a majority of the risk, while your better players or your more active players, so players like me who play all the time, ultimately end up absorbing less of the risk and earning more of the reward just through, amount of time played and general skill at the game because of that amount of time played. And so it creates this very predator-prey system. And nobody wants to play a video game as somebody else's prey, right? It's great to be the predator. It's super fun to be running around, murking people, earning currency, taking people's stuff, feeling powerful, feeling strong, feeling like you're winning. But the majority of players end up on the other side of that. They end up on the prey side of that because it's so easy to be the predator if you're a more prolific or longer playing player, right? Those really, really good players not only get a disproportionate amount of rewards, but they also are a part of a disproportionately large amount of conflict. because they're in the game more often, right? And when they kill you quickly and they move on to killing somebody else. They're very efficient. And so it's not just that the lower 50% of players constantly feel like they're getting killed. It's an even greater than 50% chance because of how prolific those best players are. And so it leads to decreasing player numbers because as players leave, a new group of players become the lower 50% because that's how averages work. And so you just constantly have this declining player base. And it exists in every risk versus reward MMO game. I'm a Logi pilot, don't like the pew pew. Yeah, well, and so I think that's good, but you still become prey even as a Logi pilot. Unless you're super good and you escape all the time. Or, are part of a fleet and you're still doing the PvP stuff. Interesting. Do you think there is a mechanical/system tweak to fix that problem? Yeah, so the fix to that problem is a destination is set. Oh, gotta go to general. The fix to that problem is to incorporate faction systems and to motivate players to play together. So it doesn't hurt to die if you're not losing things. And so you lose the prey mentality. Can we please go? You lose the prey mentality when I'm no longer losing my gear and my resources to that other player when they kill me. And so instead of having personal risk versus reward, right, where every time I go out there, I'm potentially losing my ship, or I'm potentially losing, whatever I've gained in my inventory, or whatever. If you have a PvP system that's faction-based, and victory in that PvP is a larger scale instead of a small individual scale, right? So it's not, I'm going to kill you so I can take your stuff, but instead my faction is going to fight you so that we can gain some benefit for the entire faction. So, we're going to fight you so that we can take over this resource location, or we're going to fight you so that, we can get this benefit or this bonus to our damage, or so that we can get this bonus to our XP rate, or so that we can get this bonus to whatever. But if you take away the personal risk versus reward and add faction rewards for victories and have faction systems, then you get rid of the two major issues with these games that cause casual players not to want to play them. Absolutely, Dark. I think it absolutely is. And so I don't have a problem with Eve being the way it is, because Eve was one of the first games to run a system like this, right? You have really old school games like Ultima Online and Eve that were creating MMOs that were different than what was there when they were first created. And so I'm totally fine with that because they didn't know any better. But new games like Albion Online, hey, what's up, middle child? And New World and Dune Awakening and all of these new games trying to follow that pattern where they say, risk versus reward is so important. Ashes of Creation is going to do it. Risk versus reward is so important. Risk versus reward is absolute garbage if you're trying to have a large player base. Because if you use risk versus reward, then your most casual and your least skilled players, who are the majority of your player base, will stop playing your game, period. Because they don't want to die and lose all their shit over and over, right? Nobody wants to subsidize the gameplay of people who are already better at the game than them. And that's exactly what ends up happening, right? You run out into the PvP area and you've got, you just got your good set of gear and you've spent all of your currency on this gear and you want to go try and get into a fight and maybe win a little extra currency. and you immediately get smashed by somebody who's already multiple tiers ahead of you because they play more and they're better at the game than you. And then you lose your tier of gear or your gear that is not even valuable to them other than to sell it back to you for some more currency. And you're just subsidizing the gameplay of people that are better than you. And that sucks a lot. I feel like Albion is really good as a free-to-play person. I can experience a lot of the game, free-to-play. I consider myself casual, and I play both. I like gathering, though. So, 100%, I do like the monetization models of EVE Online and Albion Online. You know, they're primarily cosmetic. And then they have their monthly subscription that allows you to be more efficient in your gameplay through, less taxes when you go to trade things and, access to some different stuff like that. So I'm totally down with the monetization models of these games. They're not nearly as egregious as some other games that I've played. And I understand the games have to get monetized. The problem I have is risk versus reward in games like that. So you have a premium currency in this game, and that premium currency can be traded to other players for the in-game currency, right? I can trade Plex for ISK, and I can buy Plex with real money. And when you have a risk versus reward system where you're constantly losing your gear when you die in PvP, and then you also have a system where you can buy premium currency to get the in-game regular currency, then now your risk versus reward system is becoming one of those problems that you're selling a solution to. And so even though it's obfuscated, the goal is not necessarily for you to be having fun. The goal is to create a system where a majority of players, right, that less than 50%, those casual players, feel some sort of pressure to purchase currency so that they can continue to compete. But they're never going to be able to compete because they're always going to be worse players. And so they're going to spend money to get gear, to die to the better players, to lose their gear, to spend money to get gear, to die to the better players, to lose their gear. And it becomes an extremely, extremely vicious cycle. And there are absolutely whale players in like Albion Online who they're casual people with extremely, extremely large amounts of expendable income. And so they know that they're never going to be able to compete on a skill level. And that's fine, right? If you're a casual player, you can't expect to compete on skill. And so because they have such an expendable income, they spend that money, which again is fine. It's your money. Spend it however you want. But there's a pressure applied by the game to get them to spend that money to get that gear if they want to keep playing. And that pressure applies over and over and over again every time they lose it. And so maybe they're having fun, but the game is profiting a pretty egregious amount from that fun. Getting not wanting to over to the free-to-play experience, I had over 5,000 or 500 hours in Warframe before it occurred to me that I had not spent a single cent on the game. Eve's Alpha seems much more free-to-play restrictive than even Albion. Absolutely. And I agree, right? Games have to get paid. But there's a reason the games run the free-to-play model with cosmetics and premium currencies that can be traded for in-game currency. It's not because they're trying to help their players, right? All of these systems exist because they make more money than just having a box price or a subscription every month. The companies aren't like trying to be nice to us. That's never going to be a thing. They are intentionally trying to make more money off of us. It's like when you join a company, right? Like you start a job and the job says you get unlimited paid time off. But that unlimited paid time off is locked behind approval, right? You have to get approved for any time off that you take. And if you're only getting approved for 1 week a year, you don't actually have unlimited time off. And the same thing is true here, right? The game is free to play, but then you create a problem where a person wants to pay money to overcome that problem. And so it's not actually free to play. Path of Exile has the best monetization of any game. Disagree. Path of Exile would have the best the best monetization of any game if it didn't go out of its way to create currencies in the game that require purchasing stash tabs in order to play. If you want to see a really, really good version of Path of Exile's monetization that's infinitely better than Path of Exile's version, play Last Epoch. It's a $30 game, and you pay $30 for it, but then instead of having to go buy currency tabs, all of your currencies just go into an infinite backpack specifically for currency that you don't have to buy because you bought the fucking game. And it's infinite instead of limited, where you might end up needing multiple of them if you play a lot.
Warp drive active.
I mean, between all of your regular crafting currencies and all of your maps and all of your different types of scarabs, all of your different types of shards for all of the different things, all of your stuff that you pick up for oh, I forgot what it's called. I forgot what I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot of currencies in that game. Like, a lot of currencies in that game. And so you don't you don't have to spend a ton to get rid of the pain point that they've created, but they have intentionally created a pain point to sell you the solution. And they did it so that they could claim the game was free to play. And that's where the trickery of it comes in, right? You claim the game is free to play, and then you create a pain point in the game because there's no reason for all of those currencies to exist and for your storage not to be able to hold those currencies, right? There's no hardware or software reason for those things to exist. That was an intentional design choice. I'm not interested in running a survey, Dark. Sorry.
Warp drive.
But I'm confused why that's funny. Are you talking about Eve Frontiers twist? Starts at 39 up to 99? Is that what you were saying?
Warp drive active.
That's interesting. I'll have to do some research on the game and see. I know the gameplay loop is a little bit different than EVE Online, and I'm just a little curious about it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Negative, Gravy. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say, hey, what's up when you came in earlier. I was pontificating. But no, I haven't been blown up in a long time, actually. Since I lost that 200K. Chaotic 15, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Why do you want me to get blown up all the time, Gravy? Why do you hate me? Thought we were friends.
Warp drive active.
Was reading is a third-party development? Oh, so it's not even CCP that's making it? Check engine. I like this person's name. That's clever. That's clever. Interesting. Well, if it's a third party making it, then it's probably definitely just some Web3 cash grab scam.
Warp drive active.
I think the guild successfully did a full career and carrier and crawler run yesterday. I don't see anything blown up. Wow, good job. That's crazy. It's interesting, Twist. I mean, every time I hear anything more about the Eve Frontier game, it just sounds more and more like probably not something I'm interested in, but you never know. What is my favorite monetization strategy for a game? I like
Active.
one of two things for live service games. I like either a box price and or no box price with a monthly subscription. You know, I come from like old school MMOs like Dark Age of Camelot, WoW, that era of MMOs, Final Fantasy 11, where they all had, you know, $10 to $15 monthly subscription costs. And I'm totally fine with that because it's very straightforward with this is what you're paying, this is what you're getting. There's no obfuscation there. There's no, you can play for free, but you don't get to play the whole game. There's no any bullshit like that, right? There's a price, there's a product.
Warp drive active.
And when you have those systems, I don't want to have, so the problem I have with like WoW today or Final Fantasy 14 today is that they've gone with these monthly subscription monetization models, but then they've also added cosmetics cash shops, or I did not play Star Wars Galaxies, no. I was too busy playing Dark Age of Camelot and Guild Wars 1 at that time. But they've started adding, cosmetics and convenience shops for real currency in those games. And those things I'm not okay with when you're paying a monthly subscription and when you're paying a box price for each new expansion. And so the games that I really enjoyed when I was growing up were, Guild Wars, which had Dark Ivan, thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. So Guild Wars 1, which had every year or so, they came out with a new expansion, and you paid $60 for the new expansion, and then you just got to play the game, and you spent about $60 a year, which is about a $5 a month subscription fee. Or, games like Dark Age of Camelot or Final Fantasy 14 or whatever, where you had your initial box price, you had your monthly subscription, and then you had your expansion box prices. The only reason that I don't the reason I like these systems instead of pay to win systems or microtransaction systems is because they put everyone on the same footing, and they don't try and squeeze extra money out of people by basically turning everybody else in the game into a billboard of what you can purchase, right? Even when you have a cosmetics cash shop, those cosmetics are basically advertising, right? So I'm running around, maybe I bought the game, right? I pay my monthly subscription, but I don't spend anything in the cash shop to get any of those cosmetics. And so I'm running around and just whatever it is I can find in the game, and I feel really accomplished and I feel good, and I'm playing and I'm having a good time. But then everywhere I go, everything I see is just all these people and all of these, cool cosmetics that I don't even have access to in the game. And so it's just the game trying to motivate you to spend money. It's trickery. It's manipulation. And I don't like the feeling of being manipulated. It really, really pisses me off. And that's what marketing is. That's what, especially marketing in video games has become, is manipulation to get you to spend more money. And it's not to get you to spend more money so that the game is better. Again, if it was about spending more money so that I got a better game, then I could get behind that. But it's about spending more money to increase profitability, not to increase game quality. And that's why so many MMOs today are failing, is they're extremely over monetized and they're extremely undervaluable. They have systems that are extremely least viable product or minimum viable product, right? The very first gathering systems in MMOs were, things like Final Fantasy, things like EVE Online, where you walked up to a rock and you pressed a button and you whacked that rock automatically until you got a resource, right? There's no gameplay elements in that. It's just walk up to resource, press button, smack rock, get resource. And for old games, that's totally fine. But now that we're we're playing new games, right? We've developed 20 years. EVE Online has been out for 20 years now. The gathering system of EVE Online isn't good, right? It's not engaging. It's not a gameplay loop. It's a bad system. It's not fun or engaging in any way. And the only way that they've gone about trying to make it more engaging is by trying to include combat in it, which is antithetical to the way they've designed their gathering ships, right? So the whole thing is just fucked beyond reason. But it's fine because it's a 20-year-old game. But Dune Awakening just came out not even 2 months ago. And Dune Awakening's gathering system is drive truck up to rock, zap rock with laser, get resources. There's no gameplay element there. Just drive up to rock, zap rock with laser, get resources. It's the same fucking mechanic. 20 years later, no innovation, no change, no improvement, no gameplay element. Drive up to rock, zap rock with laser. And that's what keeps coming out. And then we get, they've got tons of cosmetics for your constructions. They've got tons of stuff in the game that is designed to be monetization. And they're giving you this minimum viable product, this 20-year-old game mechanic, without reimagining it in any way, without changing it in any way, without giving it an engaging gameplay mechanic, without anything. They're just giving you garbage. And then trying to sell you on, oh, look at pretty building piece. Look at all these pretty walls you can build with your base. And it's trash. And the whole gaming industry is going that way. Every live service game is using decades-old mechanics and then massively over-monetizing with cosmetics. And it leads to exactly what you just said, BS Lounge. Many succeed way more financially than they ought to if quality is supposed to correlate with profitability. That's 100%, because the quality is minimum viable product, right? It's the kind of stuff that you would put out if you were trying to have a proof of concept. The gathering system in Dune Awakening is barely better than a proof of concept. And instead of that being the baseline, instead of that being like, see, this is kind of what we're trying to do, but we're going to improve on it. That's just the way it is, and it's never going to change. They have no plans to improve it. They don't even believe that it's anything but exactly what it needs to be. It's trash. And that's why I've come back to such an old game. At least if I'm playing EVE Online, right, I can justify the fact that the gathering system has no gameplay mechanics involved because it's a 20-year-old game. Right? How were they supposed to have iterated on something that didn't exist 20 years ago? They couldn't have. So here we are.
Warp drive active.
I don't think I'm doing the missions I think I'm doing anymore. I'm not entirely sure. No, I think I am. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Logged on a few days ago to pay sub-fief tax. All bases look abandoned, like players just walking away. Losing player base quickly now. Absolutely. Yeah, of course, Lounge. I love to talk about this stuff. I've been a gamer for a long time, and I'm extremely passionate about gaming. But I'm extremely passionate about gaming for the sake of gamers. I'm not really passionate about gaming for the sake of a bunch of rich financiers and shit making money. Go blow that shit up. Now go blow that shit up. But Ashes of Creation is going to end up going very much the same way. And I had a lot of hope for Ashes of Creation, but they're trying to run... Thank you, Twist. They're trying to run the same risk versus reward thing, which is going to ultimately lead... Destroy the quarantine station. Okay. Why is a mining mission telling me to blow stuff up? This doesn't even make any sense. But whatever. So Ashes of Creation is doing the same risk versus reward system, which is going to drive away their less skilled player base. They're doing the same, well, I don't know exactly what their monetization system is going to be. But they're doing the same gathering systems, right? You walk up to a tree, you smack the tree. Crafting is the same. Crafting is just a menu. There's no gameplay involved. How many of you have ever played Slay the Spire? It's a roguelite. And I think roguelites are honestly where we should be heading when it comes to crafting systems. Because in a roguelite game, okay, so imagine BS Lounge Slay the Spire as a crafting system. So you build your deck, right? And your deck is built based on your skill at a specific craft. So you're a weapon crafter, whatever. You're building your deck based on skills and stuff that you've earned by leveling up as a weapon crafter. And then within the run, each time you pick an encounter, whether it be a combat encounter or, you know, one of those encounters where you run into a merchant or one of those encounters where you do something else, every time you choose an encounter, you're not only choosing what the encounter is and what the potential reward of that encounter is for the run, but you're also choosing how that encounter is going to change the craft that you're doing, right? Maybe the encounter adds 1% attack speed. Maybe the encounter adds 1 base damage. Maybe the encounter adds some lightning damage. Maybe the encounter adds, you know, whatever it is. And so you're going through and you're doing your run of Slay the Spire, and every single decision that you make as you go up through the spire is affecting the outcome of the weapon that you're creating. Because that's what crafting something is, right? Crafting is a series of decisions that ultimately create an item, a series of small decisions. And so that is what I want to see, right? I want to see a rhythm game or gathering where instead of just walking up, hitting the button and smacking a rock, you know, maybe instead you spend 2 minutes harmonizing with, you know, some music emanating from the stone or the tree or whatever it is you're gathering. Because the way things are set up right now, I'm the hero of the story, right? I'm a heroic character. Even here in EVE Online, right? Even as limited as my skills are on day 8, I'm a capsuler, right? I can put implants in my brain. I can learn skills that other people can't. I am a heroic person in the EVE universe, even 8 days into this game. And using this heroic ability of mine, I go mine the most common resource in the game, Veldspar, for hundreds of hours. But if that was really what was needing to happen, that would be done by regular ass motherfuckers, right? Joe Schmo Villager number 9 needs to go gather iron ore. I'm heroic, and even when I gather, I I gather heroically, right? I don't go gather iron ore. I go search for sites where environmental events have altered the mana in the area to create special types of iron that require special types of skills to go and gather, right? Lightning strikes on iron ore on top of ley lines that create a mana surge that infuse the iron ore with lightning. That's the resource I need to go get. And then I need to go spend minutes gathering that resource, because the goal of resource gathering right now, and the reason it's such a grind, is because you have to limit the number of things that can be made. And because crafting as a system doesn't absorb gameplay time, right? Even here in Eve, crafting doesn't absorb my gameplay time in this game, because all I do is I go to the industry page and I click a couple of buttons in a menu, and then it just does it in the background and I go fuck off somewhere else. And because of that, if gathering didn't absorb as much time as it did, if it didn't require you to get as many resources as it does, then there would just be an infinite amount of items in the game. But as soon as you create a gameplay loop, like a roguelite, that requires legitimate, 15, 20-minute in-game time to create an item, and the quality of that item is based on your skill at the gameplay loop, not some arbitrary, I've crafted 10 bajillion daggers, so now I can craft the best daggers every time. That's dumb. But I've crafted, 100 daggers, and I've gotten really good at the gameplay loop, and now I can craft the best daggers when I do a good job. That's cool. And so when you start adding legitimate gameplay loops, then you stop needing to absorb the player's time with extremely grindy gathering mechanics that force you to need to go out there and gather, 8 bajillion of something. I don't think I got my mission.
Docking permission requested.
And so you can start absorbing the player's time with just gathering a single item, right? You get that lightning infused iron, and that's the only gathering resource you need in order to now go ahead and go make, a lightning sword or whatever it is. And so between the 2 to 5 minutes that you played the game, the gameplay loop to gather the item, and then the 15 to 30 minutes that it's going to take to actually craft the item, because you have these gameplay loops, now it's, 30 minutes per item made. So I don't need to go spend 30 minutes gathering iron ore. That can just be something that exists, right? Somebody else did that. Joe Schmo Villager number 8 did that. So all I need is the special resource that goes into making this special item, because I'm a heroic gatherer. I'm a heroic adventurer. I'm a heroic crafter. I don't craft iron swords. I craft lightning-infused iron swords. I don't gather iron ore. I gather lightning-infused iron ore, and I don't go out there and slay. Well, okay, so most games do start you off slaying rats. But, I don't slay rats. I slay dragons. I'm a heroic motherfucker, and I do heroic shit. And games just don't, games have turned themselves into low-tier jobs. Right? I'm just Joe Schmo Villager number 9 who gathers ore, and that's my gameplay loop. Despite the fact that I'm a level 60 adventurer, when it comes to gathering, I gather iron ore. I can't do any of that at a heroic level at all. And it's sad. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. It seems unlikely, though. I enjoy a certain non-heroic gathering in games like Eve and Albion. It is hugely impactful to the server, even if my personal character isn't profiting. The more profit you have on the table with your time, the more impact you create. Right. For other profiteers, which is why most people play, this essentially means the time you spend makes fun for others. 100%, I can derive fun from that. However, those two things are not mutually exclusive. If you had a legitimate gameplay loop to gathering, that legitimate gameplay loop to gathering does not reduce the value that gathering has to other people. In fact, it increases the value that your time spent gathering has to the rest of the player base. Because now there's a gameplay loop that you can learn to be good at so that you can gather either more or better materials to then sell on that same market to crafters who are now having a greater impact on the game. Because again, there's a gameplay loop involved. And so they're learning to be good at that gameplay loop. And so they're having a greater impact on the world as well. Because the way things stand now, the best players at everything in the standard MMO are the people who are the best at the main combat loop in the game, right? If you're the best fighter or the best person at piloting a ship in EVE, then that means you're the best or you're the best gatherer, right? You're the best hauler. It means you're the best fighter. It means you're the best basically at everything. But if you have different gameplay loops that require different player skills, I need something in my cargo hold. But if you have different gameplay loops that require different player skills, not different character skills, but different player skills, then you start to broaden who the best at things are, right? You're going to have players who are the best gatherers. You're going to have players who are the best crafters, and you're going to have players who are the best PvPers. And those are all going to be different groups of people because the time investment for being good at those things is a time investment in different skill sets. So you're broadening who's good at the game while increasing the impact of what each of those different groups of people is supplying to the game. What in the holy hell is going on?
Warp drive active.
So while I agree with you, totally, Lounge, right? I like being a gatherer because I like playing markets, right? I like selling my stuff. That's not even true. I don't like playing markets. I like selling my stuff on a market, right? I like interacting with everybody else in the world through the marketplace. But I would enjoy it even more if people who were typically crafters or people who were typically gatherers or whatever were coming to me specifically because there was some way for me to gain renown as a crafter or a gatherer or whatever. Because I was the best at it, because I was really good at the minigame. I think that would drastically improve my enjoyment of those game systems. Because right now that enjoyment kind of wanes. You know, eventually you're just running in circles, whacking rocks with a stick again. And there's only so much time that I can spend enjoying that before I'm like, okay, but is this seriously all there is? Really? Sozu, what's up? I mean, for me, I like it, but I don't claim to be normal. I mean, I guess my question, Lounge, is would you not enjoy something that had an actual gameplay element more? And so because you wouldn't need um, No, I haven't actually done really any mining. I'm just trying to get, well, that's not true. I'm trying to get my gathering, whatever these things complete right now. Except they don't send me to go do mining jobs, which is weird since I'm talking to a mining agent. I don't know where I'm going. But we did some combat anomalies. We did um I don't know. We've had quite a bit of fun today.
Warp drive active.
Mostly did a lot of fighting today. I guess the reason I think I feel like the answer to that is no, because I find enjoyment doing the thing that is not incentivized and is seen as silly, wrong, not worth it because of personal profit. But when viewed through the whole of the community, it is valuable. Figured a dude last night that said, "Are you watching the stream?" And I said, "You're streaming." So I looked for it to see who it was, and when I joined, he banned me. Nice. All because I shot him in low sec. Mind you, he jumped you. That's funny. I don't think I understand how whatever this is works. I got the DNA from over here. I bought ore miners? What do you mean I bought ore miners? Oh, sorry. Take Eve, for example, I can gather all this scordite to sell it, buy those two ore miners for my venture, lose it to a low-level PvPer who can't believe his luck, and be happy about all of it. Yeah, and I don't think that there's a problem with that, but again, I think that you would have more fun if the steps leading up to that were actual gameplay steps, right? Instead of, go whack 10 million Veldspar in that same period of time, if it was instead go do some gameplay loop to gather something else that actually required you to play the game, instead of, walk up to node, hit with stick. Like any other industry, there's a line between a healthy, fair profit and greed. The gaming industry is no different. When that line is crossed into the greed side, things change for the worst usually. So I tend to disagree with that too, Twist, because the goal should always be to put out the best product, right? Putting out a product isn't about making profit. Profit is the byproduct of putting out quality products. So I'm fine with companies profiting by putting out a good game and then people spending money on that game. I am not happy when the point of putting out a video game is to metagame your ability to profit off of that game, regardless of the quality of the game itself. And that's what the gaming industry has become. The gaming industry is not making games in the hopes of earning profit by making a good game. They're metagaming profits by manipulating consumers without putting out any quality in a video game at all. The whole thing is just a money-making metagame to them. And it is destroying the video game industry. I don't understand how this mission works. I feel like I'm supposed to do some sort of a crafting thing here. But I don't really get it. We're going to blow up this starbase. Probably why so many people gravitate to older games. Final Fantasy XI, first Final Fantasy MSO just had a server so popular. They turned off character creation for it because of the influx of players. I mean, I agree with that for sure, Sozu. For sure. The more mindless it is, the less likely it is to be done by the other players. When the economy needs those mindless things, it is by definition valuable. Well, that didn't work. Let's blow up this thing. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Final Fantasy XI when it first came out. Well, I guess not a lot. A couple hundred hours, maybe. I don't think this is working. Normally these missions are so easy. It's just go place, do thing. Why is this one so weird? Nope.
Warp drive active.
I mean, that's what everybody wants you to think it's all about. Twist. That's the unofficial conspiracy of it all. Yes, I did. That's where I got whatever the fuck this thing is. Pretty sure I'm supposed to do something with it, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna go,
Warp
nope,
drive active.
back to the little starbase thing, and I'm gonna quit this mission.
Warp drive active.
But the most profitable company will be the one with the best product. Right? Capitalism touts itself as this system whereby the best way to success is to have the best product at the best price. But that's not the way things work in the modern era because we have bastardized the system through marketing and manipulation.
Docking permission requested.
And we have created that metagame of manipulating people into spending money instead of giving them valid reasons to spend money. And I think it's one of the most egregious places that we find it is in gaming, but it's extremely prevalent across all of tech, right? It's extremely prevalent when it comes to buying your phone. It's extremely prevalent when it comes to buying, computers and computer upgrade parts and stuff like that. It's all very, very um, manipulative, and it's not about the product you're buying. It's about how much money I can manipulate you into spending. So No Man's Sky, I believe, is an example of the reverse of that problem. Or at least a reversal of that problem, right? They put out a product that they had made a lot of promises on. And I mean, I was there. I had a buddy who was literally playing the game at launch, and I didn't buy it. And I've never purchased it because of how bad their launch was. But
Warp drive.
and I would say that probably greed played some sort of a role in there, right? They saw an opportunity. They really wanted to make some money with their game. They made all of these promises that they were unable to deliver on, and um, they could have totally gotten away with it, right? They could have 100% left the game where it was when it first started, or continued to charge every time they put out a new expansion or an update or anything like that, right? They could have tried to charge more money. They could have done all of these things to try and, greedify and gamify, trying to make money out of that game. And instead, they recognized the mistake that they made, decided that the quality of their game and their reputation was more important than trying to make a bunch more money off of it, and then turned around and did a fantastic job of updating that game into a really quality game that it is today. Um, and so I think, honestly, that's a great example of Yeah, I don't think it was unintentional at all. I think it was absolutely intentional. I think they I think they thought that they were going to be able to deliver on the things that they wanted to deliver on. But I think the greed got the better of them, and then instead of waiting until they could deliver on those things to put out the game, they put out the game unfinished and then went through the steps of creating sort of the things they had always intended to. And I think that was really bad. But the fact that they didn't continue to try to monetize those updates, that they continued to try to provide the game that they always intended without increasing the monetization of those systems was really good. And I think it's going to show really well when Light No Fire comes out finally that a lot of players who purchase No Man's Sky and a lot of new players are going to get into Light No Fire because of that dedication to improving the game that they had. Okay, you don't have to go any further. Just laser the thing. I'm like an oddity in that game. I didn't look at my hype at any hype stuff about the game. I was just asked if I was playing with a friend the day before it came out, and he said it's a survival space game, and I said, "Oh, this is cool. Sounds fun." So at launch, I didn't even have a bad time at all. That's kind of funny. I'm actually really looking forward to Light No Fire, but again, my concern is going to be that a lot of the gameplay loop of that game is going to be walk up to rock, smack rock with stick. I think it's, I mean, they're going to end up putting out the exact same gathering and crafting system that every game puts out. It's going to be menu based crafting. It's going to be the same building system that every game has. It's going to be the same gathering system that every game has. And it's going to be cool because they're going to have a really huge world. But the rest of it is just going to be minimum viable product. So while I'm excited for the game, I'm also sort of preemptively disappointed. I think I had a worse time with Dune. Felt bored so fast. I felt like I progressed fast but slow. I was constantly harvesting or killing the same mob. Yeah, I mean that's exactly, and that's what we've been talking about pretty much all day, Sozu, or for the last hour or so. Is that gathering systems, gameplay loops, their minimum viable product, right? We haven't innovated on those things at all in 20 years. It's still the same, this is the mob that has the item, kill the mob that can potentially drop the item 1,000 times until you get the item. And it's just an effort to absorb time by creating a grind. And that grind in and of itself doesn't have any sort of gameplay value, right? The gameplay is all that moment to moment stuff. And eventually that gets boring. You gotta have variety. Everything can't be the same thing all the time. The Dune endgame loop should have been really good.
The asteroid is depleted.
It should have been,
Warp drive active.
the Landsrad was such a cool idea. And I was so excited to get to play that. But it ended up just being another GVG killfest. Okay, game, I hate you. They made so many things a requirement to progress. I don't want 30 power units, 20 different crafting benches. They created Conan, made it into a great game minus the survival game battle pass, and took very little from it. I mean, the reason that all that stuff existed was the same reason we were talking about earlier with other games. The reason you needed all those crafting benches and the reason that you need to craft, 10,000 iron swords in a lot of games to get good at crafting swords has nothing to do with the fact that those gameplay mechanics actually have any value, right? Having all those different crafting benches doesn't have any value. The point of having them is to justify the number of resources you needed to gain so that you could be playing in the game longer, right? Because the point of those live service games and the reason we play live service games is so that we can put a lot of hours in them over time. And so if you don't have a gameplay loop that is extremely replayable, then you have to artificially inflate the amount of time you're going to be playing the game by giving you these really boring, like I said, minimum viable product gameplay loops, like driving up to a rock and shooting it with a laser to add to that gameplay time. And some of that is fine with me. I enjoy the first time I go into a region and going to mine a new resource. Not even the first time, the first 5 times I go into a region and go to mine a new resource. I enjoy it a great deal because you don't know where the resource is, so you have to go find it. It's exploration. And I love to explore video games. The problem comes when I can't continue that exploration. And so the reason that the system I was talking about before would be such an improvement is because when you need fewer resources, those resources can spawn randomly. They can spawn based on gameplay states. They can spawn based on tons of different variables because you're not needing some huge quantity of them. So their rarity is valuable. And so if there was a legitimate gameplay element to crafting and gathering, then every gatherable would be an exploration because you would be going out looking for the proper environmental elements to find the types of resources you were looking for. Yeah, I never thumpered anybody. I didn't really PvP much in the game because it was all GVG garbage instead of the faction warfare system they said it would be. Yeah, I love Slay the Spire. I love roguelites in general. What are we doing here? While you're playing Slay the Spire Lounge, just imagine you're crafting an item. Tell me that doesn't get you hype. I was in a guild, but solo 99% of the time, so I just harassed guilds that tried to take over the spice spawns. I mean, but again, that should have been a really fun mechanic, right? Because it shouldn't have been guilds trying to take over the spice spawns. It should have been factions trying to take over the spice spawns. And then your solo players and your casual players and all those people would have been able to participate. And the end game loop would have been super healthy. But the best way to play Dune, the optimum way to play Dune on a server is for everyone in the world or on the server to join the same faction and then just treat the game as a GVG game. And then everybody gets the decree every week. And and then you just kill each other. And then the gameplay loop doesn't change at all. You could completely eliminate the Landsrad and the factions from the game, and the end game gameplay loop wouldn't change any. It would just be go into the deep desert, murk anybody who's not in your guild, gather spice and the stuff that you need for whatever the end game resource is, Plastanium. And that would be it. And that's the minimum viable product of the deep desert. Right? A PvP zone with resources. That takes 10 seconds to make. Right? That's not innovative. That's not interesting. That's not gameplay. That's crap. And there are 100 games that already have that. So why do we need another one? Make something better. And you almost did. You tried. You had a cool idea. And then you botched it. And they haven't even acknowledged that the Landsrad system and the faction system are broken. So we've gotten a lot of really good replies and community interaction from the devs of Dune Awakening. But the problem is not once have they been like, hey, faction system's kind of broken, we're working on that. Or, hey, there's not really any point in the Landsrad system right now because factions are broken. We're working on that. There hasn't been any information about that at all. You know, they've addressed cheaters, they've addressed hackers, they've addressed, balancing issues with the PvP, they've addressed the sparseness of the deep desert world. They've addressed all of these things. They haven't once even mentioned the fact that the faction system is broken. They haven't said, we hear you. They haven't said, we're thinking about something. They haven't said squat. They're just like, nope, this is totally what we intended. We absolutely wanted our end game to be a bag of smashed assholes. I mean, I don't care if it takes a while to fix. That's fine. I just need to know that you even think it needs to be fixed. Game development takes a long time. And identifying specifically how to change a system to give it the most value is extremely, extremely difficult. So, if it's 2 years from now, it's 2 years from now. That's fine. But I need words to come out of your mouth that say, hey, we don't really like the state of this particular system right now. We're thinking about some solutions. I need to know that you're at least taking tiny little baby steps towards anything else. Literally anything. At this point, fling some shit at the wall and see what sticks. Because your system right now might as well not exist. So, I mean, you can't make it worse. Because it might as well not exist. So just do anything.
The asteroid is depleted.
But, I mean, whatever. The YouTuber Tomographic built his own PvP arena in the deep desert. See, that's super dope. And I think it's great that the game has systems that allow for players to create content like that. If you want to have a really, really active game, modding, if you're not going to allow modding, then creating systems inside the game that allow for your player base to create content is absolutely fantastic. A lot of that falls on the creativity of the player base. Something that something that I think Once Human really missed the mark on was they had a really cool thing when it came to Eternaland, but Eternaland didn't have the functionality required to allow for a lot of cool stuff to be done. We used to go in there in PvP, and we built some cool PvP arenas in there, and we kind of like duplicated some PvP arenas from some other first person shooter games and stuff like that to have some cool PvP in Eternaland. But there wasn't a ton of functionality for searching. There wasn't a ton of functionality for advertising your Eternaland. There wasn't a ton of functionality for grouping or any functionality for grouping. So you couldn't like do team PvP in Eternaland. There was no functionality for destroying structures with weapons in Eternaland, so you couldn't practice, siege PvP in your Eternaland. There was no like PvE event that you could trigger, so you couldn't like build a cool defensive base and then trigger a huge PvE event in your Eternaland. So they had all of this potential in this infinitely buildable space that you could share with your friends, even when your friends weren't in your same server. And then there was nothing, none of the resources to really make it cool were there. And they never said any words about it. They were never like, hey, we see people trying to do these things in Eternaland. We're going to try and put some more interesting stuff in there. We're going to try and help you do that. They just left it in this half-finished state where you couldn't really accomplish any of the cool stuff you could imagine doing there. And again, I wasn't expecting it to be done within a month of the game coming out. But it'd be cool to get some words. I just need some words. I think Dune will be better off once private servers get more robust, like Conan Exile private servers. They've basically made the game what it is. Not a great look, but modding and private server community is what makes the game. Modding in the private server community is always going to make a better game than a single dev team. And it's because it's literally millions of heads versus hundreds, right? Or thousands of heads versus hundreds, right? Modders are game developers. They just develop games in a different way. And so instead of having a game development team, you could have 100 game development teams working on changing your game to meet the needs of different players. That's why Ark was so good. That's why Conan was so good. That's why Skyrim is still one of the most popular RPGs of its type. That's why Baldur's Gate 3 is so good. That's why, a million times over, modding will always make games better. It's impossible for modding to make a game worse because mods are opt-in, right? So if I don't like a mod, then it can't make my game worse unless I download it. So modding is 100% a path to better gameplay. Every single time. And if I think I might like a mod and I download it and it sucks, I just uninstall it. It can only hurt me if I let it. I love modders. I think modders are, and always have been, just the backbone of gaming. Minecraft? Could you imagine if Minecraft never had a modding community? It never would have taken out or taken off the way it did. Vanilla Minecraft is fine, but modded Minecraft is just, it's almost infinite. And it's greed again that hurts the modding community.
Asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is
An unwillingness to share in the profits that those mods bring in inevitably leads modders to stop modding for video games. Because the amount of time it takes to create and maintain a really good mod, I mean, every time they put out a new patch, you've got to go back in and make sure that your mod wasn't broken so that it is compatible with the new patch of the game. And that's time every single month, every single year that those people are putting into making sure that those experiences stay viable. And if the game company that they're supporting isn't supporting them back, then eventually they go away. There's a real misconception with strictly PvE players thinking a ganker is a real hardcore PvP player. Just not true. Hardcore PvP players are not gankers. I mean, I guess I disagree with you. Because, so, the reason guilds and large groups of PvPers, like for example in this game, the reason the big alliances but they don't though. At least not on a per fight basis. Right? Games like this have lots of different ecosystems. So this is going to be a difficult and long-winded explanation. Wish Eve had a dual mode where you didn't lose a ship. It'd be cool as shit if it was a virtual duel type minigame where you load into with whatever ship and duel someone. I mean, that right there, Sozu, expresses the problem very well. Because you just said, basically, that it'd be cool to be able to PvP. If I didn't have to lose my ship. And that's exactly why ganking is so prevalent. And that's exactly why the combat is always uneven in these games. Is because it's bad gameplay to take a fight where you don't have advantage. And the hardcore PvP players know that, right? No hardcore PvP player is going out there and looking for a fight where they're starting out disadvantaged. Even if they want a quote-unquote good fight or a quote-unquote even fight, right? They're going to still look for a fight where they're fighting against, a ship that they have an advantage against, or they're fighting against a person that they've caught off guard, or they're fighting against, one person with two people, or whatever it is. Because there's no such thing as a fair fight, right? No two fits are going to be identical. And so you're never going to end up in a fair fight. And so you're always going to be looking to take the fights where you have that small advantage, even if you're a quote-unquote honorable PvP player. And so all you're really arguing is where you draw the line at where it's acceptable to attack somebody based on how much of an advantage you have over them, right? Is it fine to attack somebody who's gathering who literally can't fight back? Because the way these games are designed is gathering ships or gathering builds or whatever are extremely weak in combat. So you're always going to win that fight, right? If you're in a combat ship, it doesn't really matter what kind of combat ship you're in, and you attack a gatherer, you win that fight 100 times out of 100. But if you're in, a missile ship, or, if you have one more skill in shields than the person you're fighting, you still have an advantage. But maybe that advantage is only 5%. So is that a fair fight? Or, maybe you have one Tech 2 module and they have all Tech 1 modules. Well, that's still not a fair fight, but that's the fight you're going to take. Okay, so that's awesome. But that person is an extreme anomaly, and they're only able to do that because they can enforce it because of how good they are. So a regular player, right, who's maybe even slightly above average, can't engage in PvP in that way because they don't have the ability to enforce the equality. If you agree, to fight on some sort of equal terms and then cheat that other person, then, they have some way to enforce through retribution or whatever.
The asteroid is depleted. Warp drive active.
You would see a lot more players playing in that manner if risk reward wasn't a thing. Right? If the point of PvP was PvP and not progression, then everybody who PvP'd would PvP in that same quote unquote honorable way because they have nothing to gain through coming at you dishonorably. Right? The reason we go at people dishonorably is because we get, their resources, we get their fits, we get whatever. But if there was no...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Not really doing any combat right this moment, Animal. I'm trying to get some skill points so I can get into my better ship. Will there be a lot of that mentality, Sozu? I mean, for example, if I go out in my Rifter, are people in destroyers not going to attack me? That seems unlikely. Are they going to go put their destroyer away and come back out in a frigate? And if so, are they going to bring a Tech 2 frigate instead of a Tech 1? I think there will be people who go out in Tech 1 frigates to look for other Tech 1 frigates to fight. But I don't think people who are already out in higher tier ships are just going to let me go because it's not going to be a good fight, right? Because the goal is still to take the point. The goal is still to win the faction war, right? And you're still going to earn based on killing me if I'm in a frigate. So while I absolutely believe that there are probably people who are going out in lower tier fits, specifically to try and fight people in lower tier fits, I don't think people in higher tier fits are going out of their way not to fight people in lower tier fits, because that's counterproductive to the gameplay loop. And it's 100% about the way the gameplay is designed. Now, my understanding is also that in the faction warfare system, there is some limiting to what you can and can't bring to certain places, right? Not every ship is allowed to be in every one of the control points, right? And so I think that's great, because that's the dev team putting their thumb on the scale to enforce that fair play. And that's what has to happen, because you can't rely on your player base to create fair play engagements, because your player base is playing a competitive game to be competitive. So if you want that competition to have a fair play element, then as the developer, you have to put your thumb on the scale, right? You have to lock things to certain vehicles. You have to lock things to certain skill point caps. You have to lock things to, all this other stuff to enforce that fair play. Because if you just leave it to your players, then there will be a non-zero percentage of your player base who just says, fuck it, who wants a fair fight, right? And that's just going to drive more people to agree with that. Because if I go looking for fair fights, and then 9 times out of 10, I get attacked by people from an extremely superior position, eventually I'm going to start going out with stronger stuff so that I don't get jumped by people with stuff that's way stronger than me. And so you're just slowly moving your player base into that, be as strong as you can so that you can't be overcome by power mentality. So if you don't put your thumb on the scale as a developer, then you can't have a fair play. Do the more expensive ships always mean you are at an advantage, though? Not 100% of the time. Absolutely not. But they do for the most part. I mean, if I'm in a frigate and you're in a destroyer, 9 times out of 10, you're stronger than me. Unless I'm in a really tricked out frigate, or I have really good skill points, or, something like that. Would have to go to a leveling system where cannot engage anyone lower than 5 levels below a player, for instance. I mean, I don't know what the solution is, but there is a solution. I mean, let's look at it this way, Sozu. If you were in a Tech 1 frigate,
The asteroid is depleted.
so let's look at my Tech 2 or my Tech 1, because this is the Thrasher Destroyer. So I have on my Tech 1 Thrasher, Mastery 2, and I have on my Tech 1 frigate, Mastery 2. If I went up against myself with these two ships, 9 times out of 10, the Thrasher wins, regardless of pilot skill. And the reason for that is this right here. And this right here. Is it possible that I could be running this Rifter and I could be running a really up-close, fast-moving build, and then I could end up against a destroyer that was running something like an arty build, and they had much slower tracking, and, maybe I get lucky, I close the distance, and then I spin around this Thrasher and take them down? 100%. Is it possible that this Thrasher would be built maybe to fight other Thrashers, and then I come along it, or I come upon it with my frigate, and somehow, based on what our fits look like, I end up with an advantage? Absolutely. But 9 times out of 10, I mean, it's just a stats question, right? It has more hard points, it has more power, it has more CPU, it has more hit points. It is better in all of those ways. It's slightly less maneuverable and slightly slower, and that's the only thing that gives the frigate any sort of a chance, because in PvP, in pretty much every game, speed is king. And that's the only reason that a frigate sometimes wins against bigger ships. I don't know, I think you'd lose, but it wouldn't be 9 out of 10. I mean, 6 to 7 out of 10 maybe. I'd take that fight into Rifter 100%. I mean, the alpha strike of that Thrasher is almost enough to kill a Rifter. But it's not a comfortable fight. And that's just one step up, right? If you take it 2 steps up, if it's a cruiser, then you definitely lose. If it's a battle cruiser, then you have no chance. If it's a battleship, then you're really fucked.
Warp drive active.
Now, the reason that I think this game is so interesting is that there comes a point where all of that changes based on the size of the fight. And so, for example, a frigate could be extremely valuable in a large scale fight for taking down drones. Or, you could have an ECM frigate that ECMs, a battle cruiser or a battleship or something like that really hard. And because of the chaos of the larger fight, ultimately that smaller ship could be extremely effective. And so I think in large scale battles, a variety of ships are important. But in a one-on-one duel situation or in an extremely small scale battle situation, a lot of that sort of goes out the window, and it becomes a question of the specific ship being used. Guess I'm looking at it from a higher character skill view, but I don't think you'd lose 10 out of 10 even against a cruiser, depending on which one it is. Rifters can be fit to outrun most cruiser tracking if you have character skills to do so. And so, again, you're absolutely right. The fairness of the situation does change based on player skills. 100%. But then that just adds another layer of how do we control the fairness? Because the fairness in a fight between the same vehicles is massively affected by player skill too, right? If you and I took a Rifter and did a Rifter duel in my 8-day-old account versus your however long old account, you would beat the shit out of me, even if we were in the same fit, because you have more armor, you have more shields, You naturally do more damage because you have max, frigate skill levels. You're going to move faster. You're going to everything better. And so again, I lose 10 times out of 10. Unless I'm just real good at the game and you suck really bad, which I'm not and you don't. So I probably have a better chance of beating a destroyer of my same skill level than I do of beating you in the same frigate as me. Heck, I probably have a better chance of beating a destroyer with a frigate that's of my same skill level than I have of beating you in a frigate with a cruiser. And so, I mean, that's just a whole nother layer to the fair thing. And I understand Eve's not fair, right? I'm not trying to change it to be. But we have to recognize that 90% of the fights in Eve are going to be unfair fights. And we do a disservice to incoming players and newer players if we tell them that they're going to be able to find fair fights. Because they're not. Right? If you go out into low sec, it's not going to be a fair fight. If you go do faction warfare, it's not going to be a fair fight. And so we don't want to give people the wrong expectation. Because A, there is no such thing as a fair fight. And B, there's like 3 people in the whole game who are actually going to only attack you if it's even. Get the feel of PvP without a lot of the risk to your solo ship. Well, and again, so that's the same reason I always say faction warfare systems are better. Is for that exact reason. Right? Because if I'm a new player, if I'm a casual player, if I'm a solo player, then instead of having to absorb 100% of the potential risk of being out there on my own, I can join a faction group who are doing whatever they're doing, and they can't stop me from joining in, right? Guilds or corporations can stop you. There's one nerd at the top of that, and if that person doesn't like you, you get kicked out of the corp, you can't join. Even with public fleets, right, there's somebody who's the fleet leader. And while they might be really, really accepting, there are going to be situations, and there's always that sort of implied threat that if for some reason you go about doing something the way that fleet leader doesn't want, they can just bounce you out of the fleet. Right? You're not guaranteed access to that stuff unless the system is in control of those groups, right? It has to be a system-run faction. It can't be a player-run corp. It has to be a system-run fleet, not a player-run fleet, because there's always the implied threat of do what I say or you don't get to be a part of this experience. And that's just from some nerd somewhere. If you weren't Dirty Minmatar, I'd run a Kaldari fleet. If you weren't a Dirty Kaldari, I'd join your public fleet. Alas for both of us, I suppose. Hey, we only need to do 4 more of these. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. I so here's where I think the problem is created. It's it's when the PvP is the final stage of the game that there starts to be a problem. When when you can't, for example, in Dune Awakening, you can't gain the last resource in the game
Warp drive active.
without going into PvP. And so it's not a PvE VP game. It's not a PvE and a PvP game. It's a PvE VP game. And so again, we just have to start being more clear with our players and from our devs. We have to start being more clear with how things are run. Yeah, I saw that, Nico. Congratulations. And I also think that you wouldn't have as much of a problem from primarily PvE players if PvP systems weren't risk reward systems. Right? Like, it sucks to get killed, but I'd be much less upset about getting killed if I didn't then lose all of my gear. Especially because, so this is probably the thing that's the craziest to me, and the craziest thing that we keep doing with these games is this is a PvE ship right here. Right? This is not a PvP ship at all. It's designed specifically for gathering. And every single time you have artisanship stuff, right? Gathering, crafting, whatever, fishing in these risk versus reward PvP games, the equipment that you use to do the PvE stuff makes you extremely bad at PvP, which is mind fucking boggling. Because now all you're doing is increasing the risk. Right? I can't fight back in this ship. My only option is to escape. So I'm losing one of my potential avenues to success, which is winning a fight if I get attacked. And it's the same in Albion Online, right? You have no ability to fight people when you take gathering gear to go gather in PvP zones. You have no ability to fight when you gather in PvP zones in this game. If you took gathering gear in New World, the gathering modifiers took up slots in your gear, so you naturally had less strength in fights. But then you flagged up for PvP to get increased yield from the resource nodes that you gathered. So you had to go out there, flag up for PvP to get a 15% increase to resources. But then if you wanted to be able to win the fights, you had to take off the gear that gave you the bonuses to gathering, which ultimately made your gathering worse when you were flagged for PvP than if you weren't flagged for PvP and you just ran around gathering with all of your gathering gear on. And so you have to start making your gathering ability, you have to divorce your ability to gather from your ability to fight. if you want to continue to be able to have any sort of PvP risk versus reward that has a gathering system. Otherwise, you literally relegate your gatherers to being prey for your PvPers. And the real problem with that is that you always drop everything that you've gathered in all of these games, right? So you're not even using the PvP system to prevent resources from going to market, because all of the resources still go to market because the person who just killed me took my resources. So the resources I gathered still exist. And so the PvP system isn't doing anything to prevent inflation and to prevent the overproduction or over gaining of resources. You're just turning a large subset of your players, a subset of your players that your game absolutely requires, right? Gatherers are required in these games because everything is crafted in them. And you're relegating those players to be prey animals for your PvPers, while simultaneously making it so that the PvPers require those players so that they can have their gear to go PvP with. It's an asinine system. I mean, this is being live streamed to YouTube right now. I would make long form videos about this stuff, but I hate video editing, and so I don't. Also, most people disagree with me.
Docking request accepted.
At least, that's not true. The people who play the games that I think suck disagree with me. And they're the ones who would watch videos about those games. So it wouldn't really be very productive. But I really hate risk versus reward systems. And again, those risk versus reward systems are primarily, for example, you have trash mechanics. Nope. I can't understand why most would disagree with you. You got a great handle on it, different elements. It isn't about disagreement or agreement. It's about exploring different systems and mechanics in search of the best. You have strong opinions, which even if others disagree with, still good to hear why you think that way. I mean, it is about agreement. I'm at a point in my life where if I've put considerable effort into thinking about something and I have a strong opinion about it, it's because I'm very positive of the fact that that opinion is correct. And I have come to that conclusion at the exclusion of other opinions. And so I mostly just don't view those other opinions as valid anymore. I don't believe that risk versus reward is a bad game system because I haven't considered the value of risk versus reward. I have decided that risk versus reward is a bad game system because I have put a lot of thought into trying to figure out ways to make it valuable, and have 100% of the time come back to it's a bad system. And so if someone were to tell me, no, risk versus reward is totally a valuable system, I will just write that person's opinion off. They're just wrong.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
And I suppose, so if somebody came at me with an opinion or a perspective that I had never considered before, I would listen to it. But then I would compare that conclusion to my existing conclusion. And I would follow the logical path and try and find a way to validate their opinion. But I would decide whether or not I thought their opinion was valid. I would put it to consideration, and I would consider it logically like I had every other possible opinion I had thought of. But if it's an opinion that I've already encountered and decided whether or not it's a valid opinion, then either I agree and you're right, or I disagree and you're wrong.
Warp drive.
Only if you come at me with an argument or opinion that I've never heard would I hear it out and then apply my logic and perspective to it to determine whether or not I thought it was valid. You open up different avenues of thought, at least with me. It's not something I personally agree or disagree with. I don't know. I tend to think that everything is either correct or incorrect. I don't see a lot of gray area. And I will take each opinion on its merit
Docking
and
permission
decide whether or not it's correct or incorrect. But it is either correct or incorrect. Just saying you sharing what you feel is most logical about something you have thought about, i.e. YouTube channel, is useful content to the open-minded. I also don't think there are a lot of open-minded people out there. But again, I mean, the thing that holds me back most from doing that is I don't like to edit video.
Warp drive active.
Editing all those videos would take away from all of my playing video games time. It'd be so sad. That's fair, I guess. course, then I'll just get shot, blown up a bunch of times.
Warp drive active.
We'll see. Maybe the landscape of the gaming world will change in the future, but I doubt it. So in the meantime, I'll just play what's available, I guess. Resign myself to being never fully fulfilled. I guess that's true, Twist. I guess. My biggest issue is that it hasn't been iterated on. That it's objectively not the best system. And we also haven't seen changes to it, is probably my biggest issue.
Active.
Because I also don't believe that I know what the best possible system is. That's absolutely certain. Because I've never made a video game before, and I've never played video games that have every possible system that could ever be conceived in them. So 100%. I guess my biggest issue is that I'm tired of seeing the same system that has the same problem over and over again on new games. Like it's obviously a mistake. Do anything else. And if it sucks, that's fine. Do something else again the next time. I will 100% buy and play a game with a shitty mechanic if that mechanic is new. 100%.
Warp drive active.
I am just desperate for iteration. And I understand why game companies don't iterate. Because they can be fairly certain of how many players will play a game that's the same as another game that those players already play, right? Like, if you wanted to make a game kind of like Ark, now that Ark is kind of dying because Snail Game sucks, you don't really need to iterate on Ark at all. You could just kind of make Ark and then don't be assholes. And all the players who play Ark will just go play that instead. So why iterate? You can be very sure of the fact that you'd have
Active.
40,000 consistent players. But if you tweak it just a little bit, you might have more. Or you might have less. And I guess that's the problem. They don't want to spend all the time and energy on potentially failing. So, no innovation. So we just get the same game over and over and over again with a different skin. And it makes me want to cry.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Just 2 more missions. Hey, there's somebody else. In a procurer. Wow.
Active.
Ain't you fancy? Dolpheus. Dolpheus Varnitar. You know what everyone can agree on? QuickTime events in games were the worst thing to ever happen. I like QuickTime events. You mean like in arcade games where they say press this button now and then some cinematic thing plays? I love that. And QuickTime events are great. At least with Eve, I'm not picking up stacks of fiber yet. Or sticks and fiber. I mean, Veldspar is fiber in Eve. $100%. Just because it's not named fiber doesn't mean it ain't fiber.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
How about you kiss my ass? How about that? I mean, again, that's just, I think, fatigue from those QuickTime events not being iterated on. Because you can absolutely do that differently and make an interesting system out of it. The system itself isn't inherently bad. Just the repetition of the exact same implementation of the system without ever advancing beyond freeze screen, press A, play cinematic. I don't actually think I had to blow those up. I'm pretty sure I could have just gone over there and picked up the scientists. Pretty sure I blew all that shit up for no reason. This is what games do to you, though. In Eve, basically every single mission is a blow stuff up mission. And so my default is just to blow shit up. There was some game I bought a long time ago with QuickTime event about ancient Rome. And as soon as the first one popped up, I turned the game off. I mean, that's fine. Doesn't have to be your favorite mechanic. That is where I'm okay with opinions differing. Is on broad things like that.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
The problem I have with the PvP versus PvE thing is that most of the time those people are trying to achieve the same goals and just doing it in dumb ways. But not liking a certain aspect of a game, like if you don't like anime style art, that doesn't make your opinion on whether or not you like art wrong. Because that's a matter of taste, not a matter of fact and logic.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Sozu, because your teacher was in fact a moron. Big old moron.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
To my students, when they show me a drawing, how awesome it is. That's the right answer. Oh, you got me.
Positive.
You fucking got me. That's funny. I was the worst student. I feel so bad for my teachers. Oh, I'm already done. Please don't warp.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
We done, ladies and gentlemen. I work with two of my old teachers, and they told me that I deserve a rough year for what I did to them. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I was supposed to make the thing. I get it now. Well, I don't need whatever this is. Can I trash it? Can I not trash it? Can I please trash it? There we go. Okay, we're all done with that. Shouldn't I have gotten like 200,000 points for that shit? Industrialist. It says, when I beat it, I get all these things. Or does that just mean I only had to get to 750 and I've already gotten all these things? Is that what that means? Because if that's what that means, I'm mad. I mean, in my opinion, Twist, there is always a more right way. I wouldn't say there is a right way and a wrong way, because that would imply that you've considered every possible way. But between two options, one is always more right.
Warp drive active.
Now, it is something that you have to consider on a situational basis. But you should always strive, I think, to iterate from the most right possible option and attempt to make an even more right option. I was going to ask, oh yeah, no, I'm following Industrialist. Well, I was following Industrialist. Now I've started doing some Enforcer stuff, and I'll maybe do Soldier of Fortune and Explorer later. I don't really know. Just kind of doing things. You know what I mean? Just kind of doing things. Where the hell am I?
Warp drive active.
Where in the holy hell am I? I've been lost for like 3 hours. Just with no clue where I was at.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Why? Porque, why would you steal from your friends? All right. I haven't eaten yet. And so I think we're actually just going to go ahead and call the stream a little early today. I think 6 hours is a good one. Y'all tuckered me out with all those deep conversations. Now I need to go take a nap. But I really appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out today. We had an incredible stream, tons of viewership. Really great raid from earlier today. So we are going to raid out today. There's another player, looks like they're a new player that I haven't seen, a fairly small streamer, it looks like. So I think we're just going to raid out to them because y'all are always giving me such wonderful information about how to play this game and not suck. Maybe y'all can help out this other new person as well. Or, you know, don't. Here they are. But yeah, I really appreciate it. I always enjoy talking to you all. I'll have a lot of fun and interesting things to say, and I always appreciate all the help that you give me because I really, really have no clue what I'm doing. So, yeah, I will be back at the regular time again tomorrow for some more fun in Eve. I agree with that, Sozu. I think I probably would have quit if y'all hadn't been helping me. Okay, bye.